Is you gone? Oh, good. You can relax now, Teapot. So, we're here at last. Time to do the inking on my little monster. And it's taken me a few weeks to get the timing right, but I think we're just about there. So, let's get out of this picture, start inking, and start Sunday tea time. Hello friends, welcome to today's Sunday Tea Time live stream, live from Robin Hood Country here in the UK. I hope you're all doing well today. Do come say hello in the chat, especially if it's your first time here. Come say hello, let me know where you're from and what you're up to today. So if you're new here, my name is Darren and I run a live stream every Saturday and Sunday that I host here on YouTube and on Twitch. And these are recorded to catch up with later on YouTube, so you can rewatch parts you've missed or watch things that you want to rewatch again to catch up on. And these are a chance for me to work on some drawing or animation in OpenToon's Autohoma, and for you to watch along and ask any questions about what I'm doing or about the programs themselves. And also to use this time for you to work on your own drawings and animations. So to not miss each stream, click on the subscribe button and hit the bell to be notified when I next stream. And there's lots of ways you can support the channel listed down in the description, with the easiest being just to hit the like button and to comment on the video once it's over and on YouTube. Or you can join my tea service over on Patreon and watch my tutorials before they're released on YouTube, to watch behind the scenes content and much more. Or if you've got the means, you can also support me by buying me a coffee or a Darren Tea. But I've got plenty of free content here on YouTube, so after the stream, why not take a look through that and see what you can find. But it's great to have you with me here today, so welcome to the stream. So what we're planning to do today? Well, if you didn't check in the description, last week I finished the sketching phase of a little monster animation. So this week I'm getting to my favourite part, which is inking him. So I can't wait to get started with that. But first, let's check the chat and see who's joining us today. So I know that Adjan was here nice and early. Welcome Adjan. Great to have you with us again this week. Tom's here. Hello Tom. Good to have you with us. Oh, Kozo, welcome. Good to have you with us today. But it's not Kozo necessarily. Oh, as in I do. So Kozu. Or is it Kuzo? Or Kuzu? So many options. Do let me know if you've got a preference. And I was watching your countdown, by the way, Adjan, to launch the stream today. So thank you for doing that. Lakes today, hello, welcome. Welcome, first time joining here on the stream, first time saying hello. Good to have you with us today. Where are you joining us from today? So beautiful, you started animating as the stream started. So again, we can all animate together in this afternoon tea time special. So thank you for joining us for that. Great to have you with us. Clemsheim, hello, welcome. Good to have you here. Groovy Will! Good to have you here, Will, today. Great to have you. I hope you're feeling groovy. I've seen you've been streaming a lot more on some games recently on YouTube. So great that you found time to join us. Good to have you around. Again, apologies for the pronunciation of names, but Rava, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome to the stream. From Poland, welcome. Great to have you with us. Great, glad you're doing fine, Kozo. Let's give it a go at that, see where we get to. I'm going to check on my setup here. I've got a few windows open. I think let's pop a little bit of music on the background. Do let me know if it's too loud. Just something quite subtle in the background. I'll set the volume there, and if you let me know if that's okay for you. So Ajahn was asking a question about Tahoma. So I saw you started asking one earlier. Let's have a quick look at that. When you draw or make a line with a line tool in raster or smart raster, it has a gap. Thank you, Lake. Appreciate it. Okay, let me take a look at that. Whereabouts are you, when you say there's a gap, you mean in the middle of the line there's a gap? Or when you try to join the line onto, there we go, let's try that. Try and join the line onto another line. Whereabouts are you finding the gap there, Ajahn? Yeah, great to have you with us, Lake. Yeah, please do. And as I've always said to people, we've got the Discord server. If you're not already a member, you can find a link to that below. So if you want to share what you're drawing or animating with at all, whether it's in work in progress stage or sketching phase or what have you, feel free to share it over on the Discord server. Let me grab a hold of that and bring that on screen here. And I'll show you that in a second of where it is, but you can find the server link down below, and we've got a number of channels for sharing your art or animation that's made with OpenToons or with other software, so feel free to share if you yeah, no problem, feel free to share whenever you're ready. It's always great to see what people are working on, and you'll see some of the stuff people are working on a little bit later on during the break. Really? So you've just started, but you want to speedrun it and get it finished today? Excellent. Good luck to you. I go a little bit slower, as you'll see today, but you'll see where we are into the progress of today's animation. I've been working on this for a number of weeks here on the live streams every Sunday, and along with chatting along with people and trying to answer questions, I try and spend a good couple of hours doing some drawing or animation. But yeah, absolutely. If you're not running a live stream, obviously that takes a lot of my time up. You can get it done quite quickly in a short period of time, depending again off the what style of animation you're doing and your expectations on whether you're going to use colour, have backgrounds, or what have you. Cheers. I don't know why on earth you would have a gap in the middle of the line, Ajahn. My guess, without seeing any images, is just that you're zoomed out of your drawing, so you can't, not all of the line can be represented on screen, especially if it's quite a thin line. So you might want to change the either thickness of the line to make it thicker if needed for that size of canvas, or change your zoom setting. So reset the zoom by right clicking on the viewer area and choosing reset view to go to 100% zoom, and then you'll see the line on the full size that it's being shown at to your actual viewers. Excellent. Yeah. Rigging's great fun, Will, in OpenToons. I love it for the right circumstance. And as you can see up here, my actual skeletons over there were created with the rig, along with BB-8, who keeps trundling along the second shelf there. There we go then, yeah. As you say, if it's there when you're zooming in, then the line is there. And when you zoom out, because obviously you've got so many pixels to fit on screen, if you're zooming out, you've now got a smaller space to fit those pixels in, so it can't fit all the pixels in, so you will see gaps when you zoom out. A lot of problems that people report with OpenToons is by zooming out too far, or even zooming in too far. People often zoom in and talk about how pixelated the image is. That's because you've zoomed in on the pixels. It will look pixelated, unless you're using vector levels, of course. So yeah, to check out any issues like that, always reset the zoom and see how it looks. So how are you getting on, Ajahn, with drawing aside from that? Have you settled on which program to use? Are you sticking with Tahoma? Or are you going for Blender or Krita? Tips on good programs for painting background in watercolours. Well, you can use the My Paint brushes in OpenToonz or Tahoma. They're really good. They give you a really nice effect. And I can show you that a little bit later when I go to the program itself. If that doesn't suit for you, then Krita is certainly the next best choice that I would use. It's a free program. It's got amazing brush system, multiple layers. It's really good. So yeah, Krita, Krita, great program to use, especially for watercolor style because of the extra brushes it has. Okay, so let me Lake Sadie? Lake Sadet? Lake Sadie? Not sure. Anyway, great to have you with us today. Yeah, the water. Hey, Maria. Hello, Maria. Welcome. Good to have you with us again today. Yeah, the watercolor brushes in Tahoma are really, really nice. Absolutely lovely. But like a lot of the features in Tahoma and many programs, you need to get used to how the features work, to learn the different brush settings, have a play around with the settings to see what works for you and for the style of outcome that you want. But yeah, drawing backgrounds, people talk about which program can be used for backgrounds compared to animating in Tahoma or OpenToonz, and you can do your backgrounds directly in the programs as well, depending on what kind of background you want. Yeah, Tahoma, absolutely. I'd stick with Tahoma if I was you. It's what Dave recommended to you a while back, and I think he's absolutely right. It's a great way to get involved in animation and to work on, as we're talking about just here, background paintings as well as the animation drawings on there. The program's only glitchy for some people in some circumstances, so it depends. As we've talked about before, I think for your computer it might be a little bit seem a little bit glitchy because of the lack of memory or the processor power. That can make a difference. I love the charcoal brush in Tahoma. It's really nice. It's very tactile. So if you're using a tablet, depending on how hard you draw your lines, you get a different style of line with the charcoal. But chalk, very similar style brush, really nice. Yeah, Tahoma for stickman animations, it's really good for that. And I've been toying around with pulling together a community collaboration for stickman animation between us all working on a similar scene, because as I've said before, even if you're not great at drawing, we can all draw a stickman, and even if you draw a bad stickman, it's recognisable as a stickman, so everyone can draw a good stickman and to get used to animating with them, and there'll be some amazing animations, I'm sure, amazing scenes, and some as people are learning the software and the process of animation. So I've thought about doing that possibly by the summertime, in a few months' time, that'll be, I guess. So I've thought about doing so. I'm interested though, like, use Flash CS6. Why would you not use Tahoma for your other animations? Because people often talk about which software is better. A lot of people have a preference. They like one software over another. Clearly you like Flash for non-stickman type animations. But why is that? Absolutely, Kozo. Yeah, love it. Exactly, Raver. Yeah, you don't have to draw detailed imagery to animate. Just having something moving, breathing life into your drawings is a great feeling. And this is a lot of what I talk about on the channel, that just get in there, start animating, move characters around. The neatness of drawings will come later, so don't worry about that. Yeah, animation is all about imagination. I love it. That's a great way to look at it. It's about getting your creativity out. It's about telling a story. It's creating something, say, breathing life into your drawings. Great fun. So absolutely get out there and do it. And if you're hanging around on the stream today, if you're near your computer, fire up to Homer, OpenToons, Flash, Critter, whatever, and let's do some drawing together. But before I do any drawing, should we take a look, as I like to do, about what happened since I last streamed? What happened last week? Okay, so this section is a chance for me to let you know about any OpenToons or animation news that I've heard about since we last streamed, for me to talk about what you've been working on, and to share any news about what I've been working on. So I'd like to first bring down the screen. Oops, here we go. We got there in the end. Hello there, Amar, welcome to the stream. Good to have you with us again. Yeah, that's fair enough, Lake. You say Flash has folders in the library. Just to give the opposite side, so does OpenToons to Homer. Every drawing is in its own file. You can organise your projects and scenes so they're in a library style system. And that's a video I do want to talk about sometime in the future, the near future, to explain how you can reuse assets and how you can kind of have a library inside OpenToons or to Homer. You say it's less glitchy. Again, yeah, for some people, to Homer OpenToons can just be glitchy. There can be issues. I've got a few tips on my channel on the Discord server about how to make it less glitchy and how you can make it run a bit smoother, but sometimes it just is for people. Easier UI, I don't necessarily find it easier, to be honest. I used Flash for a good few years. Compared to that, OpenToons can look a bit confusing at first sight, but you soon get used to it. To Homer, I think is much easier to work with. But again, horses for courses, as we say. Whichever works best for you is the right one to use. Okay, so I first wanted to mention, since last week, to talk about my last video that I released on Friday last week, 2 days ago. And this was a video to show how I animated over on top of my actual video, my live video that I shared the previous week for my Patreon launch video. So I drew my 3 characters, my teacup, my tea mug and teapot here, and how I drew them to be placed in front of a live action video. So I wanted to have them placed in the right position and introduced in time with the introduction of them, of the video. So I showed how you can import video into OpenToons and some considerations for that. And I ran through the entire process quite quickly, showing how I first sketched, drew out, coloured the characters, and then how I animated them over the video, and then rendering and adding them to my video editor, that's Shotcut, to put them together for that video. And the full real-time process lasted about 4 hours or so. I've uploaded those as separate videos for my Teapot Patreons to take a look at, where I explained every stage of the process. But last Friday's video was a brief summary to kind of cover the basics of how you can handle that. Just come back to the chat here again. An important difference for Lake is pressing F6 to quickly create a frame. You say into Home you have to click on a frame and then press frame copy. Depending if you're a keyboard kind of person, you can use the arrow keys to go left and right between frames, and pressing the letter D for duplicate creates a copy of the frame if you want to duplicate it. or Alt-D for a blank frame. So you can move quite quickly through frames to create your animation. Or if you're drawing a brand new drawing, you can just use the cursor key to move across one frame and then just start drawing. You don't have to choose to create a frame, you get one automatically. I think for importing backgrounds for OpenToons, PNG pings are probably best. You can import JPEGs and they work perfectly fine, but pings give a crisper image, whereas JPEGs you can sometimes have slight artifacts depending on the quality of the rendering. But I've seen both used without any kind of issue. I just tend to stick with PNG images. Plus it means if you've got an image with covering only part of the screen, so if you perhaps got layering, so if you created multiple layers in your art program, you could have one layer for the sky, one for the ground, then perhaps a tree or buildings in front of it. You can render them as separate layers and have the rest of the page transparent, and PNG handles transparent images, JPEGs don't. You can't have transparency around, so PNG is kind of a habit for me to stick with for all imports. Yeah, that's right, Amar. You can tailor your shortcuts depending on the application, but there are plenty of shortcuts to use for, as I say, creating frames moving around. And this is kind of one of the reasons for these streams where I do some drawing, so you can see how I'm working with them, to perhaps learn a few tips of how the process I go through or the workflow, because some people have seen one workflow and think that's the only way you can work with OpenToons, yet for most features there's 2, 3, 4 different ways you can work depending on your personal workflow that works for you. So yeah, pressing F6 to quickly create a frame isn't necessary at all. You don't need to press anything, you can just start drawing. Absolutely, Will. Exactly. Separating the elements by depth. It also gives you the ability then to add some parallax. So if the camera moves to the side, you can have one layer moving quicker than the other, which gives it more of a 3D feeling. I'm going to do inking today, Ajahn, and I'm going to use the standard brush. So I'm not going to use any of the My Paint brushes. So for me, the standard brush is the best for inking. For smooth lines, same again. The other brushes don't particularly give you any smoother lines, it's just a different effect. Multiplaning, thanks Amar. Exactly, multiplaning. Which is the old Disney expression for the parallaxing effect. Okay, so that was last week's video, talking about animating on top of a video. And that's kind of the third main asset type I've been wanting to cover for a while to use with OpenToons. So I've already created a few videos about importing images and image sequences into OpenToons, and about adding audio, so that'll be music or sound effects, as well as recording audio directly in OpenToons. And this one is the first tutorial about including video in OpenToons, and I'd like to make a few more. I know I've seen... Hello there, Null. Good to have you with us again. Great to have you here. I've seen some fun cartoons from Q-Ball over on the Discord server, who takes a video of a moving object in some way and then draws on top of that a character, so face and arms maybe, and draws it with the moving video. So I'd love to have a go at that sometime. So that'll be another video in the near future, I think. So talking about importing over video. So I've been quite busy this past week, as well as getting this video prepared, recorded and edited and put together. I've also put together next week's video already, which I've already put out for my tea mugs and teapots over on Patreon. They can get to watch it nice and early already. It's one of the rewards for joining me there. And this is about my top 3 tips to help with drawing lag. So Ajahn, it's kind of something we've talked about a few times and you've asked about. So I've put my tips together to help with drawing lag. This will be out on Friday afternoon, as usual, between 4 and 5 PM UK time. And this is something I'm asked about quite a lot. How can you help with drawing lag? So in the video, I've got 3 suggestions to help with drawing lag, but it's not just about fixing the lag, but identifying why the lag can happen in the first place. And sometimes it is just a case of accepting that lag is inevitable. Sometimes it's your processor, your system, your computer that means that OpenToonz and Tahoma, or whatever other art program you're using, will just lag behind. But in here I've got my top tips to help with making it a little bit easier to work with. So I hope you found that useful next Friday. It's something we spoke about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I've been trying to get to since then. Finally got it sorted, so I hope that helps you next Friday. Thank you, Reba. Appreciate that. Absolutely, Maria. I love them. Cue Balls videos. Every time I see them, it makes me giggle about how we managed to fit a character into something quite ordinary, whether it be a bin, a dustbin, or he had a box rolling on a conveyor belt, just something perfectly normal and naturally may come across somehow, and he puts a little fun character on top. So I really enjoy those, which is why, because of him, I'm inspired to do something for that. I've not quite got out there yet with my camera to record something. I need to keep my eyes open when I'm out and about to find something to see and think, can I add a face to that? Can we do something fun with that? So I need to think a bit harder on that. But yeah, in the next few months, I'd love to get something out there to try it myself, give it a go, and share with you the process I went through to do so. But basically, Friday's video shows you the basics of what I'll be doing for adding the video and working with it. I don't think so, Will. I don't think you can allocate more RAM. The way OpenToonz uses memory feels, without no disrespect to any of the developers, of course, but it feels a bit inefficient. It doesn't seem to use very much of our memory. I've always got more memory spare when OpenToonz is still struggling to keep up for some reason. I don't know why it can't use more. I don't know if that's part of using the Qt libraries that we use for the interface in OpenToonz and Tahoma. And when I say OpenToonz, I mean both programs. I don't know if it's the libraries that we use, if it's the way we write the code, if it's some other issue with the way it's built multi-platform, because it works on Mac, Linux and PC. So I'm not sure on that. But so I've got a couple of tips in there. There's a few more tips on my Discord server that no doubt you've come across and tried for yourself. If I get a magic bullet tip, I'll absolutely be making a video and sharing that. I'd love to get one small switch you can change or some setting that can really help. But I've talked before about adding the high performance mode for your graphics card. Windows itself, if you go to graphics options, so simply press the Windows key and type graphics options, and there's a settings window you'll get with that. And if you select OpenToonz or Tahoma, and in there you can change to high performance setting, that will help a lot. So when I set up my computer 3 weeks ago now, my new computer I got for Christmas, I did another small animation that played about 12 to 13 frames a second maybe. And I turned on the graphics options setting to high performance because I'd forgotten to set that. As soon as I turned that on, it then played in the viewer at 24 frames a second. So it's definitely worth changing that setting. Me too, Will. There was an option that Dave from Blended Planet changed in his task manager. I'm just taking a look at mine on my second screen right here. So he set, just while we're chatting about performance, That's right. So let me show you this. Let me go back to my room here. Here we are. If I share my other screen a minute, let's make this larger so you can see a bit clearer, and show that on here. There we are. So I've got Task Manager open. So if you go to Tahoma 2D or OpenToons, once you've got it running, so open the program first, and then if you right click and choose Go to Details, that takes you to the Details tab, which is over here, the sixth one, and then it highlights it in the Details tab. Then in there, if you right click, you can change the priority, and whenever you change the priority on any app, be aware that not all apps can be improved in this way, and it could make them unstable. But you could increase the priority so that more of your multitasking time can go to this application. So all programs start off at normal priority. If you go to above or high priority, it might give more processor time to the program, but do be aware it only might help. And also set Affinity, which is a horrible word, horrible name, which lets you choose which CPUs, if you've got a multi-CPU system, but which CPUs, let me zoom into that a little bit. I think you can see that up there. So you can choose which CPUs are used for this program. So if you need to have more than one program running, because again, as I've said before, if you can close all the programs apart from OpenToons Tahoma, it'll run a lot quicker. But if you need a second program running, you can set that program to run on perhaps just CPU 0, and then in Tahoma, turn off CPU 0 so this uses the other ones, and then it can kind of share which CPUs it works on. So that's a little tip that might be helpful for you. But yeah, there's no magic bullet, no single option that can definitely turn things around in the pacing. Just a few small tips that can change. As I say, next week's video might give you some ideas as well. Yeah, that's right, like every animation and art program does take a lot of memory. This is why I know you've had problems with Critter and Blender as well. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that, Toon Boom as well. Absolutely. It's just a processor intensive process. And I say Tahoma doesn't quite take advantage of your system as much as it could, especially the 3D graphics card if you've got one installed. But there are things you can do to mitigate it a little bit. And as I say, in the video next week, I'll talk about that there's some things can help, but sometimes you've just got to accept you'll get lag, so you need to draw slower, be more patient. One thing I didn't mention in that video though, as we're just chatting here, I thought about, is there's a recent addition to OpenToons for using multiple CPUs, if you have them, for rendering. So it's an option you have to turn on once you've got that version of OpenToons. And it means that when you hit render, it can render much quicker if you turn on this option. And I believe it was like, for some places, some people, it was 10 times quicker, sort of 10, 15 times quicker maybe for, I think Manung John and Shun came across. That's also been brought into Tahoma, I believe. So if you get the latest nightly, you might be able to turn that on to increase rendering time. So that could be useful. Absolutely, bloatware, most definitely. Alrighty, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a short break now before we get on to drawing, and when I come back I'll start inking my animation. do a couple of other small things first, but I want to have a great day of inking today. I look forward to that. So I'm going to take a short break. So I'll be back in approximately 5 minutes and I'll see you then. Hello there, welcome back. I see the chat's been going crazy while I've been gone, so I'm just having a quick read of that before I crack on with the drawing here. Maria's absolutely right, Ajahn. Yep, you can use draw any kind of background into Homer that you like. In any style that you want to do. The main thing is to learn enough of the tools so that you can use them for what they're used best for, so you can reach for the right tool for the right job. And likewise, we're talking about using different drawing level types, whether it be vector, raster or toons raster, to understand the difference between the three different types, the features they've got, and why you'd want to use all three. That's something we can talk about, that's something people can tell you. But the main thing is that's something you've got to figure out for yourself. So basically, get in there and use them. Find out which of them give you the features that you want. So the main thing is to get out and start drawing. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about using Toon Boom and other software, if you've got the money spare, then go ahead and use those programs, give it a go. Or if you've got the money spare, send it to me and use to Homer. That's an alternative. But really, if that's the program you want to work with because that's the industry you want to get into, or maybe that's what you already use if you're an animator, so you want to use the same program at home, absolutely. For the rest of us, for hobbyists, OpenToonz and Homer are absolutely perfect, provided they don't crash too much on your personal system. Yeah, it takes a little while, Ajahn, to get used to any program really, to learn the foibles, to get it working smoothly. So yeah, get in there, start working with it, see what you can do and see what works for you. Okay, let me just check. I've got a little message here, 1 second. Message from Mrs. T. She's at my brother-in-law's today, her brothers, so I'm calling over to see her directly after the stream, so yes. I'll try, absolutely, Maria. Yeah, you've got to buckle down and learn it. But yeah, if OpenToonz or Homer doesn't work for you for background, you can always use Critter to create the background you want and then import it. But as I often say in these situations, if you're mixing software or trying something new, to not use it, don't use it for the first time on your major project that means a lot for you. Before you do, try it out for a simple project. So create a very simple background of the size you think you want if you want to use an external program, then import it and see how it looks, because sometimes importing takes some practice. You need to learn a few tricks. I know, for instance, if people have used external software for backgrounds or even for characters, then try to import it, the DPI, dots per inch of the image, can be important and can make a difference. So try it out as a practice run first with something that you're not concerned with losing before you start to make your masterpiece. I know people have also used, for instance, vectors. They've used vector tools, drawn a complicated vector character, tried to import it, and only then found out that OpenToonz and Homer don't quite work with vectors from other programs as well as they should. So try it out, test it out, and then use it. Alaya, hello, welcome. Oh, I'm doing very well. Thank you for joining us today. How are you doing today? That's right, Reva. The vector tools are amazing in OpenToonz and Homer. The only issues I have, like a lot of people, are the fill, the colour fills. But as I've mentioned before, Jer Henning, who comes across onto this stream now and again, you might see him later on today, he draws only in vector. And he's got a YouTube channel with videos showing how he uses vector into Homer, his process. He has no problem at all using colour and using fills. So take a look at his videos if you want some tips on how to do that. No, that's a great question, Adrian. Thank you for that. Yep, when you rotate your canvas, how should you make it normal? I've recently updated my driver for my tablet actually, so I need to change something for that. So I'll show you that today in a second as well. Let me show you how you do it without the shortcuts. So rotate, I believe I've got that set up. Note that zooms, I need to sort that out as well. So rotate is down here at the bottom left. To check we can see everything okay. Yes, we can. So rotate is this middle button of the three. So the top one is zoom in and out. Click and drag to zoom. The bottom one is the pan tool. So click and drag to move the image around. And the middle one is rotate. Click and drag to rotate about the camera center point. So how do you reset? Well, there's two things you can do, because if I also zoom in as well as rotate, which you might want to do, if you right click, there's two options you can use. You can, inside the reset view menu, you can either reset the view, which resets everything, that's the zoom, position and rotation, or you can reset them separately. So here, reset the zoom, which goes back to 100%, you can see at the top of the viewer, or if I right click, reset view, I can reset the rotation, which I've already mapped to Shift R, and that's now back to standard rotation. So let me bring up my tablet driver, which is here. Here we go, and let me change my keys for my tablet. So Shift, let's have a look at for rotate. It's Shift and space or Control and space or something. That's it. So it's Control and space is rotate. So let me set that on my tablet driver first. So that's the second button. So it's Control and space. That's okay. And then the third button, I said Shift and R to reset. So apply that. So let's use my tablet buttons now. So rotate and then try reset. So on my tablet I've got 10 unique buttons I can assign to any keyboard shortcut, and I've got a few set to the standard brush, erase, undo. Really useful. The most useful one, especially for Tahoma OpenToonz users, is save all, and that's Control S, which saves the scene and the drawings. Save regularly as you can. Still won't be often enough. There'll be a moment or two where you'll lose a tiny bit by not saving in time, but do save often. And then also a couple of buttons for general usage of the interface. So as I say, I've got one set for rotation, which I don't really use enough, should use more. It's so useful for rotating. And then as I say, to reset the rotation. By having a shortcut for resetting the rotation, it encourages me to use rotate more, because it's just such an easy way to get back to it. But without the keyboard shortcuts or tablet shortcuts, reset view menu, there's the reset options. So I hope that helps. I tell you what, that is a lovely cup of tea. And in my favourite mug, Jack Skellington. Just check down the chat, and then we'll crack on with doing some inking. Absolutely, Amar. And we've said this before, Adrian, not just to you but to other people, that if you learn the basics of art or animation, it doesn't matter which program you use. Every animation program will have some kind of timeline. I wouldn't say X-sheet, that's quite unique to OpenToonz, but a timeline for sure. And the principle of adding frames, holding frames, working on 1s and 2s, when you're drawing with ease in, ease out, and all of the animation principles. So it doesn't matter which program you learn from, you can so quickly switch to another program. So the software really isn't that important. No problem, Elia. Great to have you with us, and thank you for saying so. Oh, good point. Thank you. Reva. Still don't know how to pronounce your name. Please do tell me. Thank you very much. Yes, the dot at the bottom of the viewer here is to reset the view. So if I rotate and then zoom in or out, so I'll zoom out, and again the zoom is a slider bar on the side of my tablet. Pressing this dot is a shortcut for the reset view, which resets the zoom, rotation to fit to the screen. So that's another great shortcut. Thank you for that. Yes, Amar, great question. I have once, about 3 weeks ago. Is Pretzel still playing, by the way? Can you hear that or not? 'Cause I've turned my volume down here in my room so it's not too loud. Is that still playing? Yeah, it's still going. That's fine. Yes, I had a message on YouTube saying that my video, the live stream from 2 or 3 weeks ago, had been flagged because of copyright music, it said. But if you go to Pretzel, which is what I use, Pretzel Rocks, if you go to Pretzel and then do a quick search in there, you'll find they've got a page precisely for that purpose. And all you need to do, they've got a section of text you can copy and paste into YouTube. So just appeal against the whatever it is, someone flagging your music, copy and paste this text in that says this is from Pretzel, it's all copyright free, we can use it, and that should be the end of it. I've heard nothing since. Basically after the appeal, they've got, I think, a month, 4 weeks or a month to object to the appeal, and so far they've done nothing, so fingers crossed it's been quiet, and I've had nothing since. So if I have it too many times, I'll stop using Pretzel, but so far so good. And I quite like having a bit of music in the background here. Let me turn it up for myself. There we are. So yeah, it's really easy to appeal against that, and so far I'm not concerned with it. I mean, they're only doing that to try and grab hold of any advertising income you get, but from these streams I get so little. I'm not here for the advertising income. I think you're the same, to be honest. It's pennies, as in literally pennies. I get less than £1. So over a year I might get £5 for the streams, but it's not about the money. But I'm not going to have people flagging me for music that should be copyright free and trying to snaffle those pennies. So that's just cheating, to be honest. So yeah, that's fine. You take a look in there and you'll find that. If you can't find it, drop me a message on Discord. I'll save that page myself, or I can share it here in the chat if you want to find that, Amar. How to see all the options in the toolbar? Adyan's asking. So I take it you mean down the left hand side. If you've got a small resolution screen, that can be, let me change that. You might not see all of the options on the left hand side here. But if you can't, at the bottom you can see a little chevron arrow, so you can click that and the other options will appear in a flyout. And if I move up to the bottom of the screen, when I show the flyout, it appears in front and comes up the screen, so you can get to them in that way. And I'm not sure if you can add these toolbar options or these options to another toolbar or not. The other alternative, with my docking unlocked, if I click and drag that toolbar, can I dock it at the top? Right, I wasn't sure if it was a horizontally dockable bar or not. I couldn't remember. Let's put him back on the side and lock that so I can't change it. So yeah, hit that arrow at the bottom and you can get to the rest of your options. But while you're working with OpenTunes, you'll generally only use 2 or 3 tools at a time, and I'd strongly advise to try and get used to the keyboard shortcuts. So for the brush, the shortcut is B. For the eraser, the default shortcut is E. For fill tool, the shortcut is F. So they're quite easy to get used to, and it means you can quickly change between tools. And if you've got a tablet with buttons, you can assign a few buttons to those shortcuts as well, which can make working much quicker. Lakeside it? No, I don't have a favourite gun. Unless that's a typo, I don't have a favourite gun. Guns aren't a big issue in this country. We don't really do guns in general. Revar. Thank you. I'll try that. Null said, what does the dot do? Sorry, did I go too quickly or did I skip? Or did you miss the clip? Basically, if you've zoomed in or rotated the screen, the dot at the bottom here resets the view. So it's the equivalent of fit to window. So when you right click and choose Alt 9 fit to window, so it's equivalent of that, so you can see all of your drawing. Audio Jungle, not come across that. I mean, I'm really happy with Pretzel. I like the music they've got available. I like the fact they've considered having royalty-free music you can use on YouTube, and it's pretty good. Pretty good software so far. I quite like it. I often pop it on when I'm just working myself here, where I don't want to have music that I can sing along to or can be distracting. Having just something quietly in the background, something classical or this kind of lo-fi style, is really nice for when you're concentrating on drawing. Yeah, it's great, Maria. Yeah, have a listen for it. Let me. If you search for pretzel, you'll find it. Let me go up here and pop it into the chat for anyone that's interested. There we go. That's to get to the list of stations that they've got, and they've got all sorts of styles of music in there. So yeah, take a look if you're interested in some background music. You're right. Yeah. Right. Okay. No problem at all. I understand, Noel. It's something I did come across before, and I did know about the dot, but I don't think I've really ever used it. So I'm really pleased that you brought it up. Again, every day's a school day. It's great to learn things like this, and often on these streams I get to learn as much as you do. That's right, Tom. Yeah, chatting, answering questions, drawing, not a lot happening today, but when I'm not on a stream and I'm doing drawing, it's great for background. I mean, there is that long-standing debate of should you have music on while you work? It's up to you. It's entirely up to you. Some people can, some people can't. Most people say that I've heard talk about this. It depends what you're working on. For sketching, we don't have to concentrate too much. Absolutely get some music on. For inking, absolutely get some music on. It's kind of you don't really need much thought while you're inking. It's for the parts in between where you're concentrating on timing and spacing, ensuring your character stays on model, and some other parts it's less useful. Yeah, I often find that myself, Amar, that I begin working and I've been working for an hour or two, and after a while I suddenly realise absolute silence in the room because I'm so much concentrating on what I'm doing. Yeah, I love the elephant that you did, Tom, to use rotoscoping. And I like the way you changed the position to have him walking on the spot to give you a cycle. I love that. Yeah, rotoscoping is a fun task. And people have asked me if I could show how to do rotoscoping. And it's not a difficult thing to show. But again, as part of the series on using video inside of OpenToonz to Homer, maybe I should make a short video about how to rotoscope, or to show how I might rotoscope. And there's going to be 2 or 3 different ways that I could show, so maybe I could do that, just to fill in the gap of when people ask the question. I can point them to the video. Kozo, thank you. I've been asked this question before about downloading that video from YouTube. Yeah, people are more than welcome to take it and reuse it, not a problem. I was going to put a link in the description and upload it elsewhere, but it's quite a large video. There are websites you go to. If you Google download video from YouTube, there are websites you can go to, and you copy and paste the YouTube address of the video into their page. They'll download it and then offer you the zip file for you to download on your computer. But please do be careful if you do so. Some of the websites have got adverts on there for other programs you can install that might not necessarily be good for your system, whether they contain what you might call viruses or just bloatware full of adverts. I'm not sure, so just be careful what you click on if you do so. But there are plenty of websites out there for doing that. I've used them myself, so that was kind of what I was given permission for, that if people want to download my video in that way, absolutely they can. But yeah, that was a video that I made for one of these live streams for a Christmas special 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I'm not sure when it was, but I basically had snow coming down the screen here, and that was the video that I used for the snow for that, and I made that in OpenToons. So if you don't want to download it, you can make your own snowfall video in OpenToons, and I believe around that same time I shared a video showing how I did that. I did see that, Amar. Yes, I did. Mostly on twos. Yeah, that was really good. Again, often when I'm looking through Discord and I see videos or clips or cartoons, I look at the video first before reading the words. I don't know if you're the same. And I saw it first and I thought, wow, that looks so good. How did he draw that? And then I read the words, said it's rotoscoped. It's like, oh, okay, I get you. I see what he did there. Really nice, really useful way to examine movement by doing rotoscoping. So I might need to find a reason to do that, to share a couple of ways that you can rotoscope. Just to quickly mention them off the top of my head. Bringing video into OpenToons is the one obvious way, where you've got the videos on screen. Change the opacity, trace it at a different level. Straightforward. The other way is to Homer. You can change the opacity of the program. So you can have perhaps you can have perhaps YouTube in the background and then see through that and trace over it. So there's a few different ways. So I might get onto that at some point. Something that perhaps you can raise some other time, gang, and then remind me about it, and we'll perhaps try and get to that sometime. Of course, Tom. Yeah, you can use VLC. Yeah, VLC Media Player. If you Google that, you can sometimes download from YouTube as well. No problem, Adyan. Great to have you with us today. When you right click, it's drawn automatically. It really shouldn't. I don't need to tell you that, I know, but it really shouldn't. This potentially feels like a problem with your tablet driver for your tablet. If you're using a mouse and you're getting that issue, you really shouldn't have. I've not seen that before, so I'm not sure what that could be. Yeah, it really was nice, wasn't it, Maria? Yeah, I really enjoyed seeing that. And again, it's just a great way to examine movement. But yeah, the video may be bad quality, but drawing on top, you can create the neatness that you need. And you've got the option of tracing it to have kind of the silhouette of the character, so an accurate representation, or you could just sort of mark important points. So sticks and balls, I know I've talked about here. I know Dave from Blended Planet talks about that a lot. So draw a circle for each joint. So the shoulder, the elbow, the hand, and then a line between them, just to get a kind of a basic skeleton and to see the movement. So you've got the choice of how you want to represent that and how you want to examine the movement. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, Tom. Yeah, the tracker tool, that's something I've not worked with too much. I've worked a little bit with it, but I'd like to do some more, I think. Yeah. Can you rotoscope with a camera capture and use the onion skin? Yes. Yes, why not? I don't see why not. I've seen people doing that, so you can have a webcam pointing at yourself, and you can move around and record. Whether you'd use a single frame at a time, I'm not sure quite the best way to do that. But again, we've talked about a feature in OpenToons. There's 3 different ways to do everything. So whichever way works for the outcome you want to get to. Yeah, templating movement, absolutely. If you can rotoscope a walk cycle, and then on top of that you can then draw different styles of walk with different characters, and you've got a template of the walk cycle. Absolutely. Okay, let me crack on. Let's jump into here then. Unless you've got any more questions, do fire them out, and we'll certainly get to them as we can. But let's take a look at where we are today. So again, I hope the music's not too loud. Do let me know if it's too quiet, I'd like it a bit louder. I'm trying to keep it quite subtle in the background for us all. Okay. So today I want to start the inking of this little animation of this monster. And I've already worked out the timing, the spacing, the sketches for him. I've tried to make them fairly neat, so I've gone over a 2-stage process of just drawing circles first, moving around. I've drawn them neater, I've then adjusted them and scaled them to make them fit. The only thing I'm not entirely happy with is the way his face changes, so I might need to change and fiddle with that a little bit. But the movement I'm really happy with. So for those of you that haven't seen them yet, let me hit loop play on this. So it's a very short animation where the monster jumps up, and as he lands he kind of explodes a little bit, and in my head I'm kind of hearing a 10-pin bowling sound effect over this. So the ball trundling down the lane, and then the pins falling over as he explodes. I had to listen to a few sound effects I've got on my computer and from a couple of online libraries, so I'm going to play around with that possibly next week or the week after, but we'll add that later. So I've got the movement okay, I'm really happy with that. So today I want to draw it neatly, ready for adding colour to. Absolutely, Maria, just to go back to the chat, moving items, body parts in arcs, really useful with sticks and balls, because you actually draw the arc and follow that with each part of the body. Yeah, sticks and balls, it's a great quick way to draw a character, to get the movement moving first. And again, we've talked about the stickman animations, how anyone can get involved in that. We can all draw a straight line, bit of a circle, so yeah, it's a great thing to do. So yeah, so I need to ink over this, but just to mention first, the idea, you notice this is a vertical animation. I've changed the ratios to be taller than it is wide. So this final video will be used and shared as a YouTube short. So as part of sharing it for a YouTube short, I want to have some text on the screen to mention it was made with Tahoma and to subscribe to see the details of how to put the animation together and to learn about Tahoma. There's not a lot of space on the screen, especially for people watching these on a mobile phone or a cell phone if you prefer, but I'd like to put it on screen. And also at the bottom of YouTube shorts you tend to have a couple of buttons and text on screen as well, so you need to move your drawing upwards. So the first thing I want to do is to move all of this sketching upwards on the screen, so I can have space for the text before I start inking. I don't want to ink the character, then have to move it around and scale it. That's not a great thing to do. You lose the quality of the line, and it's best just to draw at the right scale if you can from the beginning. So to do that, there's a couple of things you can do, a couple of ways you can do this. As I say, 2 or 3 ways to do everything in OpenToons. So the first way is you could take all 4 columns for the sketch. So the columns I've got are the background, which at the minute is a very simple horizon line and little mountain structure, just to give something in the background. I might change what that is actually later. That's the background level. I've then got the main sketch here of the main monster, and then towards the end of when he explodes, I've got 2 other columns for one of them for his arms and legs, because that was moving on a different timing to his body, and also the eyes. So if I hide all of those, we can see his arms. Let's just show them. So we can see his arms appearing here as they explode, bounce and land, and then his eyes, likewise, they pop out when he lands and roll around. Well, I was thinking I might redraw them as solid circles rather than ovals to look more realistic. And just mentioning the eyes, I'm not sure if I should change how the main monster looks for his eyes for that to look better. So we'll have a think about that later once we've got his body drawn. So we've got 4 columns in total. So you could highlight them and right click and choose collapse to a sub X sheet, and that will give you a single column containing all 4 of these columns and their levels going through the timeline. But I don't want to do that because that would give me a single column with the frames numbered 1 to whatever the final frame is, to 103, and you wouldn't get to see where each of the features started and stopped. So where the single first drawing is shown up to frame 19 when it changes, I wouldn't see that. I would just see a single set of numbers. Likewise, I wouldn't get to see where his arms and the eyes separate from the body. And even though I'm going to be drawing them on a single column rather than in separate columns, it's quite nice to see them separate. So how am I going to do this, you may ask? How I'm going to do it is a great little feature that some of you will know about, some may not so much. And that is, I'm going to create a guiding column for the size and position. And what that means is I'll create a new level, which can be any level type because I'm not going to draw in it. So I'll choose a vector level, and I'm going to name this level guide, just so if I ever need to look at the levels on disk, I can see what it is. You don't have to, of course. You could leave it just called ABC or what have you. The position of it doesn't really matter. I'll pop it on the left for now. And then I want to parent every column to the guide, and I can adjust the guide to move all of those columns around. Now you can use the schematic, but I know a lot of people get concerned with using the schematic. Let me show you quickly how you would do that. I can click and drag to highlight nodes and then move them. So you can basically see a box here for every column. And in this view, you can see a red and blue dot. The blue dot points to the parent column or the parent controller. So all of these 5 columns are pointing to the table as the parent. So instead of the eyes pointing to the table, you can click and drag from the blue dot of the eyes box or the eyes column into the red dot of the guide. So now if I move the guide, the eyes will move too. And the same for the body, the legs and the background. But instead of doing that, let's put it back to how it was. I'll show you how you can do it through the X sheet. No problem, Lakes today. Thanks for joining me today. Good to have you with us. If you want to pop back later, I'll be here for an hour or two. As I say, the video is available on YouTube later. So enjoy your walk and we'll catch up some other time soon. Okay, bye for now. So back in the main 2D room, what I'm going to do is use a feature that's a little bit hidden, a little bit secret, is at the top of each column, you've got this header. And header shows various things like the name of the column. You can turn them on and off, so it's visible or not in the viewer. You can turn it on or off to be visible or not in the final render. And for all of these, I actually don't want them visible in the final render, so I'll turn them off by clicking the I button. So when I render, those won't be shown. But I want to parent them, have them parented by this guide column. Let's rename this guide column first. And let's call it guide, the same as the drawing level, that's fine. We don't need to change the drawing to stretch for any more frames. It's good leaving it on just one frame. We don't need to change anything. As long as it has a drawing in the column, it'll work as we need to. And then at the bottom of each column header, you can see it says table, and that is the parent node for this column. So all you need to do is, for the 4 columns we have, click on where it says table, and you'll get to see the other columns, and just choose guide. So now the sketch will be parented to the guide column. And if I show the stage schematic, you'll see this happen as I make the change. So then the monster column, I click on the table name and choose guide, and you see the line change. The same for the eyes, and the same for the arms and legs. So now all 4 columns here are attached through the guide column, and by setting them in the X sheet is a quick way to quickly change that setting. And now I can take the guide column, choose the animate tool, and I can adjust the position. If I lock the X there by clicking the padlock next to X, I can only now move in the Y position, and I can click and drag to move that upwards, and all 4 of the child columns will move with it. Yeah, Raver, yes, I saw that. There's a fix in the OpenToonz Nightly, the latest Nightly, for undoing after choosing to do a fill. So it's one of the many undo bugs that OpenToonz is known for. Another one is fixed. So hopefully that'll cut out on a few more of the crash bugs that people are getting. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm looking forward to that coming over to Tahoma as well. So I want to take a look through the animation to see that the monster doesn't jump off the top of the screen. So let's find the highest peak there. So it needs to come down a little bit so it doesn't jump out of the top. So bring it down a little bit, and now if I play through that, it now stays in frame. And go towards the end, we can see where things break up to, so we can use the bottom part of here for putting some text. Now that doesn't leave a lot of room, so we could actually scale it and make it a little bit smaller to give us some more space. Let's take a look at how that might look. So I choose the all option, go to the first frame again, and clicking this bottom left handle, I can adjust him to be slightly smaller. Again, let's take a look at where he jumps to. Choose fit to window so we can see. He can go a little bit higher, so now I can move him upwards. He's still within frame, and this gives us more space at the bottom now to add that text later, so that'll be fine. So a tiny bit of scaling there just to fit him in the screen. Okay, lovely. So that's those drawings positioned in the right place. So now we can crack on with inking. So we'll go to a new column. I'll start a new level, and someone asked the question earlier about what level type I'm going to use. Am I going to use vector levels for inking? And the answer, sadly for you, is no. I only tend to use vector levels for inking if I know I'm going to resize the character, because resizing with a vector level is so nice because you get to keep the quality of your animation. But because I know the scale of the character I'm drawing in, I don't need to do so. So I'm happy to choose one of the raster levels. And because I really enjoy the feature of changing the colours once you've drawn them on screen, I'm going to choose the Smart raster level, or in OpenToonz called the Toonz raster level. Let's just call this Monster. Again, you don't need to name the levels, sometimes it's useful to do so. And again, I'll name the column. It's worth mentioning for those new to Homer and OpenToons that you can have a different name on the column than you do in the drawing level. They're two different things. And the column is equivalent of a layer in most drawing programs. And the drawing level is the name for the collective set of drawings. So you can have more than one set of drawings in a layer or in a column. So the column name is the name at the top here, and that's the drawing level, which I happen to give the same name for my use here. Okay, grab the pen and a little cup of tea. And right, let's start inking. So we've got the standard brush. We need to figure out what size for the ink lines. Let me zoom in so my monster is kind of full screen, as large as I can get him here. Need to think about the options. So again, we're starting a new drawing session today. So as we're on a new drawing session, take a look at the options across the top of the options toolbar, because the last time I did drawing, it was for a different project, so I may have different options to what I need today. So we want a varying thickness in the line. Let's just see how that looks from drawing light to drawing quite heavy. That's the two sort of thicknesses of the line here. So now I can think that's from about 4 to 8. So what size line do we want? 8 looks far too thick here, 4 a little bit thin. I think I'll keep the line the same size. So rather than clicking and dragging the sliders, I'll type in the box. So if I make the maximum a smaller size than it is, so I'll type 5, press enter, and then go to the minimum size and type 5 and enter. We'll have the same size for both. The other option is to choose a min and max size and to turn off the pressure option. I think that might be a little bit too big in there, so let me change that down to 4. Now I'm zoomed in, it seems a bit large. Let me reset the view. In fact, let's press the dot. Now we know what it's for. Yeah, maybe that size. Let's have a look. Okay, I'm not going to turn the pencil option on, because with the pencil option on you get no anti-aliasing, so you get these jaggedy lines, so I'll leave that turned off. I might want a bit of smoothing for some parts of him, but I am thinking of sticking with having the furry monster, so having this zigzag line, and if I turn the smoothing up you won't get points because of the smoothing. It slows down the drawing to give you a nice curved smooth line, so you don't quite get the jiggedy jaggedy points you want on there. So I'll leave that turned off. Hardness is fine. I use the standard black colour for drawing the outside of him. And you may notice I'm using the X sheet rather than the timeline, and that's just to give me this extra vertical height for drawing kind of the vertical monster. Okay, so let's get started. So I want to draw, I think, his body first in one run. So I'll draw each kind of part at a time. So I'll draw his whole body through all the frames. Then I'll come back and draw his arms and legs through all of the frames. And then we'll come back and do his face afterwards. So let's just figure out if we can get his body looking nice. So I want to have his fur quite large like this, and I'll flip the drawing so I can draw the opposite direction as easily as the other side. I have null, yes. I just enjoy these little hairy furry monsters. I like the fact that when they jump and move around you can try and move the fur. It gives you an extra challenge, makes my job a lot harder, rather than having just smooth outside. But I think it makes them look nicer. But you're right, procedural brushes can be useful for that, but I like the fact of hand drawing the movement. And as I say, I know I'm making this harder for myself. It's kind of part of the fun, I think. I did consider, actually, I don't know if any of you follow Tony Gaddis here on YouTube. He draws little monsters, and he's kind of my inspiration behind drawing these. His last video, amazing video, really good fun, was showing how to move a character using frame by frame techniques, but instead of using straight ahead, it was using pose to pose animation. And that character I mentioned last week was very simple, and it was a head, a body which went round to the legs, and then a midpoint to show the body. And that's the simple character that he drew. And I saw that and I thought, I'm going to have to use him sometime. So I was thinking about adding on a little pair of glasses and maybe a beard, and calling him Tony and doing something with him. And I don't think he's here at the minute, so I can get away with that. And then drawing something with him moving around. But he's such a simple character that could be fun to draw, just to have a practice moving a character around, doing pose-to-pose animation in the frame-by-frame style. But yeah, I do enjoy the fluffy monsters. And each time I draw them, I enjoy the final outcome, but the process, it can be a bit tiring, I must admit. Okay, let's try and get this. It's wibbly wobbly. Plus, of course, that when you draw the next frame, you'll see a difference in the body. The fur kind of moves around a little bit. So before we go any further, here we are on the next. That was Tony Gaddis. Tonigadis, possibly double D. Great animator. He works professionally animating for games, and has made quite a few useful videos about frame-by-frame animation. He draws on the computer in Tahoma and OpenToons, as well as on paper. A marvellous dinosaur animation on paper to show a walk cycle for a dinosaur. Fantastic. So yeah, definitely take a look at him, Tony Gaddis. And if you do join his channel, say Darren sent you. Do say hello from me. Because he really is an inspiration behind working with these little monsters. Thanks, Tom. 2Ds, Gaddis. Yeah, so I'm on the second frame, so immediately you hit the issue of wanting to see onion skin of the previous frame, possibly, and also to recognise the difference between the inked lines and the drawn lines. So I'm going to go to the sketch of the monster. I'm going to apply a colour, and I like using the dark yellow, to the sketch lines so I can clearly see they're different to the lines I've drawn. I'll also bring down the opacity a little bit so they're not quite so bright to look at. And while I'm here, I'll do the same for the eyes and legs columns, which I'm not seeing at the minute, but for when we see them later. So let's just bring those down. Okay, and as I was saying earlier when we were talking about Flash against OpenToons Tahoma, you talked about pressing F6 to create a new key. Here in Tahoma, you can press Alt-D to create a blank drawing to draw in, or you can just start actually drawing yourself. So let's turn on the onion skin. So I need to make sure that I'm moving the character lower. I'm not going to trace over using the onion skin, but it's nice to see where the character is. But I do want to make sure I don't trace the previous sort of fur from the monster, otherwise you won't see the movement down if some of the points stay in the same place. So I need to make sure they change. It's really easy to accidentally trace over the previous drawing, which I don't want to do. Okay, so I'll hit save. So again, save regularly. So if I go down 2 more frames, I can now simply start drawing, and it will create a new drawing for me to draw over. Let's also move the background, bring down that opacity. We don't really need that that's showing, but I will have it there in the background so I can see later for when the character lands on the ground. Thank you, Rava. Good question. Yeah, I've seen the new style editor with the hex colour feature. I don't know if it will actually be added to Tahoma, because for instance if I go to the colour editor here in Tahoma, in the burger menu at the bottom right, you already have the hex colours shown in Tahoma, something that was added by Manong John in this version of the program. It's one of the extra features that he wants to add in there. So you can already get to the hex colour to copy and paste that around. I know that in OpenToons they've added naming for the colours as well, which is really a cool idea. It's a really good idea for sharing colours between scenes to recognise the names. And also the way it looks is slightly different. So I'm not sure if that's coming over to Tahoma. I don't know. I've not planned to do anything for that in OpenToons. I'm sort of feeling that's more of a something to mention in the 1.6 release video when OpenToons comes out. I'll be making a video showing some of the new features, so I might leave it for that rather than a separate video. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, one thing that I'd like them to change in OpenToons is to not show so much. So I don't know if they changed it since adjusting the colour sliders. I seem to recall reading that they didn't want it to be available by standard. You have to go to the options page, which is just annoying because people won't do so. However, that's the way it is. But in OpenToons, you get the RGB sliders. So by default, you've got 7 sliders as well as the colour picker at the top. And I don't know anybody, and there could be somebody out here today that uses them, but I don't know anybody that uses the RGB sliders. They don't choose a colour and then say, oh, I want it a bit more green, or a bit more red, or a bit more blue, or too much blue, let's adjust those. You tend not to. So I always hide them, and in Tahoma they're hidden by default. But you tend to change the colour at the top, and you might want to change the saturation, a bit more saturated, a bit more hue, a bit more value, lighter, darker, not RG&B. So I don't like the way they're visible all the time. I don't think it's useful UI to have in your face. Do you use the RGB sliders, Maria? I mean, people may well do so, but when I've spoken to other people, the users I've spoken to tend to not use the RGB directly. It's the other 3 sliders they use, and obviously the alpha slider. I mean, we've all got the option to change them, but I think for new users it's a lot to have on in initially when you start the program. So here the monster's crouching down, but I still want to kind of have the furriness. Not like that, I don't. So I'll add the fur a little bit closer together. No, I didn't quite get the zigzag. Going too quickly, I'm afraid, which I have a habit of doing when inking. And it's wobbly around the bottom. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. I've seen people working with the program. I've not seen them using the sliders so much. Okay. There we go, we've got the monster now starting to squash down. So it's hard to get the fur here, so it's just a case of making it wobbly, I think. And again, using the horizontal flipping of the canvas. which you can map to a keyboard shortcut, and I have mapped it. Horizontal flipping I've mapped to the H key, and the vertical flipping I've mapped to the V key. But having them on the bottom of the viewer here is really handy. So if you have any questions, as I say, do fire them through, and I'll try to answer them, or maybe someone on the chat will answer them as well. Yeah, I knew you meant HSV, I understand. Now the next few drawings, I remember I initially had a single drawing lasting for these frames, and Alan Dan suggested adding the intermediate frames to get a more natural looking squash. So I know I added them in, but the last couple, there we go, the last two there, I know I drew the same on the same line. I want to have it still expanding slightly, something that he suggested, and he's absolutely right, so I need to change that as I get to it. This is where having the onion skin is really useful to see that I'm going outside the line. So it's still squashing down here. I'm trying to be sure to follow the yellow line, not the red. With this line going slightly below the previous frame. So this is where I'm not tracing exactly over the sketch level, but I'm using that more as a guide to make sure I've got the general movement working. I'm going to erase the right hand side here a little bit, because I don't go outside wider than the previous frame. And again, keep going wider each time. So that one doesn't go very wide, so I'm going to move that a bit wider myself. Enyo-san, hello there sir, welcome. Good to have you here. I'm doing really well, especially today, as I'm finally doing some inking for my little monster. It's taken me a good few weeks to get the pacing right for him, so I'm really pleased to get to this stage. And how are you doing? And what are you doing? Are you doing some animation today? Good. So again, keep bringing it down. Wobbly, wobbly, wobbly. Snow? Snowing outside. We've gone past our snow season. That's it now. It's over until next winter. And again, I'm flipping left and right. Because I can just see easier on this side of the screen, and it keeps it kind of an even drawing. Okay, and this is the drawing, I think. Oh no, there's two more drawings, so it's virtually the same. So again, I'm going to squeeze it out a little bit, and we'll have the wobble of the kind of the fur changing size. but going slightly wider each time should catch your eye a little bit. It gives it that feeling of elasticity, I think, as it kind of wobbles a bit as it's still getting larger, sort of squashing down, and it gets slightly wider. Excellent. What are you drawing at the minute, Enya? What's your practice at the minute? Because I've been thinking about that myself, and I've talked about it a few times. I'd like to do some drawing practice here on the streams, with perhaps a follow along for people that want to work on certain parts of the drawing. Anio-san, absolutely, good cup of tea, 100%. Temperatures in the 50s? You mean the 1950s, or are you still talking Fahrenheit? Okay, keep this going, and again slightly wider. Bearing in mind that I'm zoomed in, so small changes won't necessarily be noticed, but it might be kind of more of a feeling of movement. Here we go, so he's jumping up. So I'm going to keep going through, right through to the end without previewing it to see how it looks. I'm saying that and I immediately think I shouldn't do that. Let's zoom out to fit to the window, so it's quite small, and just play that first part. Yep, I can see it's got a corner on the edge of here, quite a square edge. I'm going to change that. Absolutely it does. Yeah, back to the basic stuff. I'm thinking even more basic than the skeleton. I'm thinking spheres and cubes, real basics, to practice drawing, to practice rotating in perspective and at different angles, and then adding in on top of that, then more drawing kind of like the human head, would be a skull or a cartoon face at different angles. But yeah, that'd be good. Oh, Thomas Keane, another bot. Why did it turn up? What's that about? You're right. I'm in two minds there. Drawing studies for series of videos. I'm thinking not for pre-recorded videos or edited videos necessarily on the main channel, for the main video, more for the streams, which feel more. The streams are more kind of personal between us, that we're just sitting down together having a drawing session at the same time, whereas the videos are kind of more official of me being instructive of do this, look at this feature. But the drawing study would be me learning more so than telling people how to do something. So I'm wary of trying to make a video of me learning but it looking like I'm instructing. It's kind of a you know what I mean? It's a different kind of a vibe for the video and for what I'm doing. But potentially drawing videos showing me learning could be useful. So it's something I've been mulling over quite what to do for that. But I really want to get into some drawing practice. I need to learn. Need to learn a few more skills to be comfortable with drawing. For drawing for consistency as well as for kind of cartooniness. Yeah, that's right, Maria, yeah. Are you? Super Bowl party today, nice. Apart from the walk, of course. Yeah, Mrs. T is, she's a little bit starting to become a fan of the old American football. I've not got into it yet. I don't quite understand it. I'm not a huge fan of English football either, to be honest. But I do watch a little bit of that, and I do know the rules. But she's going to her friend's house tomorrow evening to watch the Super Bowl. It's being recorded tonight because it's on early hours. It's silly o'clock over here. So she's going to be watching that tomorrow, whereas I won't be. I'm happy to leave her to enjoy that. There we go, that's better. Is it the Super Bowl? It's some football thing, American football. Although it's not football. It's not football. It's not round. You don't kick it with your foot often. Yeah, exactly. She's going to see a friend. That's why she's going. As much as she does enjoy watching sports, she's there to see a friend. It's not quite furry enough. Again, too quick. Take my time a little bit. Make sure I get those furry shapes around his body. Keep hitting save. Soccer. Yeah. I do think it's funny. Language. I'm amazed, and we have it on these streams all the time, chatting about language, and that is offset, isn't it? And the way we call different, we have different names for the same thing in our different countries. It's funny how soccer has caught on, the word soccer over there. Yeah, it's not that kind of bowl, is it, Ketties? So this is a very much stretched out monster. So stretch these furry patches out. Keep flipping to be able to draw both sides of him. Oops, moving it X sheet instead of the main screen. I've got to say, thanks for joining me today, everyone, because I know, despite the chit-chat in between, what I'm doing here is quite slow, a little bit boring to watch maybe, but as I say, using this as a session for yourself, a little animation drawing session for yourself while I'm drawing is a good idea if you've got a little project to work on. So I really appreciate you joining me today. I'm not sure how far we'll get through this little animation, this inking session. But we've been doing just fine so far. I'm happy with this. I can see already, and again, these sessions are here for me to learn as I'm drawing. And I can see plenty of problems with the shape of the little monster not being even. I didn't flip the camera enough when I was sketching, so consider that lesson learned. You're still here, Groovy. Good to have you here, buddy. Good to have you here. yeah, if you could, if you do get a chance to get back into using OpenToon's Auto Homer again, do join in the chat over on the Discord. Let us know you're hanging around and what you're up to. I don't tend to spend much time on the OpenToon's Discord as much as I used to. I found I was just changing the size of him here. I found I was taking a lot of my time on the Discord and other places like in Reddit. A lot more time than I could really spare. So I took a decision at the start of this year to kind of cut back on some of those conversations and some of those channels, just so I can make myself more productive. So you won't see me there as often as I used to be. But say I've got my own Discord server if you want to join me on the chat there, or just make sure you tag me if you have something to say to me. I am still a member of the OpenToon's Discord. Happy to be so, of course. So just going up, so let's bring this slightly below where he is here. Ooh, not like that. Yeah, so earlier on today or yesterday was it, someone tagged me over in the OpenToon's Discord, so it's always good to hear from people over there. So that's the OpenToon's Discord and the Tahoma Discord I was on, or still am on, but not as active, and also Noble Frugal's channel. I'm a admin over there, but don't spend as much time as I used to. I have, Enyo-san, I have thought about it, sharing the screen somehow. I'm not quite sure technically how you'd do it, software-wise, how you'd either split screen with two of you, or how you'd both draw on the same canvas. I'm not sure the best way to do that. Dave wouldn't be someone to share with, not because I don't want to, it'd be great, but he's busy on his project, his Salt and Light project, so I don't know how we'd be able to do anything with that, unfortunately. I'd love to work with him on something at some point, but I have considered it. I remember seeing a video from who was it now? It was Tony Gaddis and Munka, who both together did a video where they both drew the same or a similar character. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to go invisible and quiet. I'm back. Thank you. Sorry about that. I need to disappear every few minutes. I've got a slight issue with allergies. You don't want me dealing with that on screen. Yeah, Munka and Tony Gaddis did a video together where they both had a theme to draw a princess, a Disney princess or a princess in the style of a monster. And they did like a split screen video, but not on live stream. But yeah, it'd be good to try and do something. It'd be great to figure something out somehow. I'd certainly be up for that. And I'm sure I could fit something in the schedule to do that. So if you have any thoughts, Enyo-san, do drop me a message or speak to the other guy to see if they want to join in with something. Raver, I don't think necessarily people don't like OpenToon's anymore. I just like a couple of the additional features into Homer. I still feel like I'm in the OpenToon's family, so I know what you mean, but I don't feel like I'm abandoning OpenToon so much as using its sister program. Yeah, trying to figure out scheduling. This was something I was thinking about towards the end of last year, Maria. I spoke about it on the streams, and that's why I did my end of year polls. It's one of the reasons I wanted to find out what people thought about the content and which direction to go in. And so far, it's really helped a lot. I've managed to work through a lot of work on my side with videos and setting up for the streams and things. Thank you, Benyo-san. I do like to homer, so I do talk about it quite a bit, but both programs work great. Right now, again, on my new computer, I need to sort out OpenTunes. I've got the wrong version for me, so I need to get a better version that works. StreamYard. Let me take a note of that, Amar, thank you. I'll investigate that. Just writing down in Notepad. Yeah, it's something I've kind of spoken about a little bit with Tony about working together on something. When I first started doing the little monsters based on his videos, I had a chat to him, let him know what I was doing, and we've talked about trying to work something out. And I'm in contact with quite a few people that work with OpenTunes, Animator Island, Munker, obviously Dave. So yeah, I'd like to work something out. It'd be great to work together. And of course, Amar, of course, obviously. Yeah, I love OpenTunes. Absolutely love OpenTunes. I'm not leaving it anywhere at all. And my recent videos that I've prepared for the next few weeks will be on OpenTunes. My next week's one that I've already recorded and is available for all Patreon users. Actually, I say for all Patreon users, for the tea mugs and teapots, not the teacups, unfortunately. And that's for next Friday. That's built with OpenTunes. But I was messing about with the plastic tool. And for my system, and I've heard this from other people at times, for my system, right now, if I try and use a plastic tool, the program closes immediately on trying to place the first bone for the plastic tool. So I need to take a look at getting a more recent nightly build maybe, and see how that goes, changing a few settings and having it play, but I've not had time for a while. Discord, that's an interesting point, yeah? Yeah, I know, Amar, yeah. Okay, let's get this next frame done. Let's see where we are. So the monster's now just starting to fall. So he's risen to the top. And now he's starting to fall. Let me just look at those two frames. Let me just double check the spacing on that. Yep, I just want to see that he's accelerating, which he is. So that's fine. Because that seems quite a long gap. So I might make that slightly higher up so it's less of a gap. Don't like, again, I was going too quick. Don't like that fur. I don't think it's getting fatter or thinner. Actually, before I do any further on the fur, I need to think about it. As he's falling, I did say earlier, I'd like his fur to kind of come upwards a little bit. Not mad, but just a little bit, a subtle amount. So I might start on this frame here. I mean, yeah, of course you can both record your own screens and then combine them in a recording later, but actually animating at the same time or in the same project could be interesting. Yes, finding the right project to do for that. So let me erase this sideline here at the top part of his body. Don't seem looking like a Christmas tree exactly. I'd like the fur to start to come out. And again, flip it, do the opposite side. Hit save all. can't save often enough. Yeah, the superhero project, I remember that. That was good fun. And I remember as I was working on that, again we're talking about Enyo-san practicing some basic drawing skills. I remember drawing that character thinking I'm struggling a bit with the human anatomy, with how he looked. Happy with the overall outcome, really happy with the animation of the flapping cape, but not as comfortable as I'd like to be with the character, so it's something I'll certainly get to later. Yeah, that'd be cool to bring that back. So here I might be making this for a little bit too big too soon, but let's continue with it. We can always come in and change a couple of frames if we're not happy with it later. And just a bit wiggly at the bottom. We'll keep talking about some sort of collaboration with us all, so yeah, that could be a cool way to do it. Need to make it so his body is really falling rather than going wider as well. Here is getting kind of wider at the bottom because of the weight of his body. Don't want to get too wide. Trying to follow the line I'd already laid out. Gemini, hello, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Thing is, gang, as we said before, for collaborations, people tend to have their own projects running in the background, so it's difficult to fit time in for everybody to join in on them. And trying to get a project where we can all work together and somehow have a common theme, or for different people to work on different scenes to join together. Yeah, shoot, Amor. You pop it in the chat. Let's have a chat about what you've been considering. Okay, so it's first now going really quite mad here, so we'll see how this looks. And I might just change my mind and start again. This is why I want to do just the body first, and then come back to the legs and everything else. Blifton! Blifton 1! There's only one Blifton. Welcome. Good to have you with us. You've joined me on an inking day at last. I want to exaggerate these upward kind of bits of fur just to really show, because he's moving quite quickly, so I want that to really be obvious. Again, we'll see how it looks properly in a second. Thank you. And you may notice every now and again you'll see this context menu pop up. There we go. And that's just because I've got a couple of buttons, let's move that out of my way, a couple of buttons on my pen I keep catching accidentally as I'm drawing. So that's purely my fault. Yeah, we'll see how this looks. I'm not sure if it'll look mad. He's going quite fast, so he's stretching out. It's a bit of squash and stretch. So he has gone a lot thinner than the previous drawing. And this was kind of an idea I was thinking about since last week's stream, that I'd not, although I've got a furry character, I've not got the fur actually going upwards as he falls, to show the fur can move rather than just being a wobbly character. So I was very keen to give it a go and just see how it looks. And if it doesn't look right, we just dismiss it. Start again, that's fine.
Alright. I'll tell you the truth.
Okay, that's interesting, Amar. I'm reading through the chat, by the way, as I'm doing this. When you say one person can focus on one skill set, are you referring, for instance, to one person kind of doing storyboards, a second one doing the initial sketch, or 2 or 3 people doing the initial sketches for the characters, somebody else doing the inking and then painting, maybe someone else applying the sound effects and composition, visual effects, that kind of skill sets? Is that the kind of thing? Let's look at the previous drawing again. Because I had the hair on his head kind of sticking up. So I'll do the same again, but even larger. And this might be too much, oh dear, too much change as he moves too quickly on the screen for you to necessarily notice. And I'm absolutely exaggerating this. Just to see how it looks, to get an idea. I remember at the time when we did the superhero thing, I was just too busy with other projects to try and run that or get any more involved kind of than I was at the time. So yeah, it's kind of finding the right people to manage things. Here we are, they're right at the bottom, to make sure the project progresses. Which is why I've kind of struggled with collaborations, and so far, apart from a couple, I think I've stuck with the stick figure animations. Right, so it's looking at the movements here. So it's hit the ground. So it's a bit of an overshoot there, so I'm going to make this touch the same position where the bottom was on the previous, rather than it coming back up onto there. Are you thinking specifically, Amar, about a running story through each of the animations, or a separate story for each one? What kind of thing? I know it's open for conversation, but kind of what's on your mind at the minute for this? I must say, flipping the canvas, I'm finding really helpful while inking this. It's certainly a win for me. Again, something we keep saying, that I'm on the streams to learn, or as much as I will demonstrate features of the programs and do a bit of education. A lot of this is for me to learn. So every time I spot something like this, it's absolutely been a win making the stream. Diode Media, hello again, welcome back. Jay Henning, hello, I was talking about you earlier, as I do very regularly on the channel, it seems, talking about vectors and drawing in vectors. Good to have you with us again. Yeah, you need to consider, Amar, the obviously people's timescales and schedules for what they can complete. You're right, yeah. Yeah, of course, I see. Sorry, for people listening, you don't know what I'm reading, I'm going through the chat here. Yeah, how are you doing today, Jay? Not seen you for a little while. I popped into one of your streams earlier in the week, I believe it was. Right, so this is going to be... I'm trying to think how he's landing. He's squashed, so the fur kind of goes flat and out, maybe. So I'm thinking kind of a gentle wobble here. The ground, again, I'm going to follow roughly the previous line. Get rid of that, just to keep it from going through the ground. Yeah, okay. Are you planning any more streams in the next few days or so? How are things going for that side of things? So, yeah, as I got to here, let me have this kind of going outwards. Oops, bring that back. I was trying to press eraser just to get this line joined up better. Yeah, I mean, it depends how much time everyone's got, as you say, Mar. I mean, we're talking shorts. This here is a short. It's a very short when I release it. But how many weeks have I been working on this for? And then I only make it during the streams, and only, looking back at this, and only kind of an hour or two at a time in between the chatting. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Either a thread or create a separate channel, possibly to chat about it, Amar, if you wanted to. Gemini's asking about a video on shading. I've done a couple of videos on shading. I don't know if you've seen any of those at all. But there's plenty of techniques you can use for shading. Plenty of features in the program, or kind of styles of using the different features to create good shading. I've tried to more recently create videos for projects I'm working on. So rather than creating a generic project on shading where I might do a very simple shape of a blob monster or cube, or just to show the colours overlapping for shading, I'd like a character drawn in a situation. So really I kind of want to do that kind of video, possibly based on like these shorts videos on the Sundays. So when I finish this character, I've already got in mind the way to do shading, and that's automatically using the effects, not hand drawn. In last Friday's video, that was very brief on each of the areas, you will notice me doing shading, hand-drawn shading, over the 3 Patreon characters. So my teacup, my teapot, and teacup, tea mug, and teapot. I did some hand-drawn shading, but that went by quite quickly. Again, without trying to promote it, but if you are a Patreon member on the tea mug and teapot scale, you can watch the videos of that in the normal real-time slow process to see how I did the shading, where I explain how I did each stage of the process in there. But yeah, there's plenty more videos I can do about shading, but it's finding the right characters to demonstrate it with. That's true. Thank you, Amar. Absolutely right. The collab channel. That's the kind of thing it's there for. You're right. Well, to be honest, if I'd have been working on this short in my own time without live streaming, I'd have finished it in a couple of days, depending on how much time I spent on it, quite quickly. It's a really short, but I'm enjoying doing it on the stream, having the interaction from you guys, from having suggestions of what to do or how to change things. The short I'm creating is different to how it would have been if I'd done it in my own time. Exactly that. Yeah. So this part of the inking and the space, the images I've drawn, they're a bit rushed where the body explodes and splits away. So I'm going to have to kind of feel this a little bit to add in the inking for this, I think. And I might come back to this a couple of different ways. Oh, yeah, if it's killing OpenToonz. We were talking earlier about OpenToonz versus Tahoma. Have you tried Tahoma? Because for some people, Tahoma is less prone to crashing than OpenToonz. For others, OpenToonz is less prone to crashing. And also, if you're using version 1.5, you might be better off downloading the nightly build. Because I know only a couple of days ago, an undo bug was fixed in the nightly build of OpenToonz, and there's been other bugs fixed since official 1.5 came out. So a nightly build might be better for you than the full 1.5. Yeah, to find the video on shading, if you just type in shading on my channel, you'll come across it, I'm sure. But on the thumbnail, you recognise a picture of Leela from Futurama, who I used as an example of how to do shading. I'm really pleased with how that came out. So if you take a look for her, and you'll find the video for that. Okay, so I'm going to start off the first part of this on the ground of where the first line is. Let's try and keep that furry appearance. Let's see how this is. So again, starting along that bottom line. See how that comes through. Yeah, exactly. Who knows where it could lead? Okay, thank you, Maria. That's interesting. Okay, let's just keep on with this movement. I'm going to change from the sketch level, as I say, to try and keep it a bit more consistent in the shape and the positioning of this. Let's flip that, it'll be easier to draw against. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be able to join in with that though, Amor. I don't know. I'm kind of figuring out my time of where I can spend time on projects and what projects to work on. I've got quite a few of my projects I'd like to work on, but I don't want to rush into them yet until I've done some of this kind of drawing practice we've already talked about earlier. For some of them, I want to really kind of do my best work around them. So I want to make sure I do a good job. So I'd like to find the projects where I can kind of mess around with, like these monster animations for the Sunday streams, just to practice my drawing skills, animation skills, to get a better feeling for movement and spacing here. I think that's too narrow. So these have been really useful for me. Every week I've learned something new. So it's been really good to work on these. Okay, yeah, even an hour a day is going to be helpful. That's much more than I spend. Often, I'm only drawing during these streams and not at other times. And that's kind of where I need to figure out how to not make more time, but use my time more efficiently. Yeah, some drawing every day you'll always improve. And we're seeing that, Maria, with your animations. Okay, 10 days or so, full time, yeah. Okay, I think that's it for the body there without the arms and legs. So let me make sure I hit save again, always save all, flip it back to where it was, and I can see already, and it's horrible to look at now I've noticed it, how offset he is. But again, lesson learned for next time on that. I mean, you're talking about how long you're spending on these things, and each time I do a new drawing or a bit of animation, I'm getting a bit quicker. I'm doing it more right the first time than I was the previous time I was drawing. See there, he's got a bump in his head. I'm just going to take away that. So it always helps, continuous practice, so it's good to hear that everyone's kind of finding the same thing. Yeah, exactly. It'll speed up the process. I mean, here I'm getting practice in all the things I'm not good at, as well as the things I'm good at. So for me, it's good to get the practice in and just to crack on with things. Okay, let's see how close this looks. I'll put it on loop play first, and I've got the sketch behind of the arms and legs. Of course, because I'm on the implicit holds, I need to end that implicit hold so it doesn't continue to show the final drawing. So 2 frames after the final drawing, I'll right click and choose stop frame hold, which means from that frame onwards you won't see the previous drawing. Okay, let's hit loop play again. And then I'm going to turn off the eyes, the arms and legs and the sketch, so I'll lose the face just to see the ink line only. The body exploding at the bottom is too evenly moving. I need to remove some of those frames, which is one of my pet issues of trying to add in the speed in and out, ease in and out. Put those back on. Of the movements. Just let me. Yes, and then here I need to change a couple of these. Let's look at that. That one there, I'll take you out, put you to one side, bring these 3 up. Let's hide that column so I don't see that extra drawing. Okay, let's take a look at that. Still goes quite slowly. I think I'd need fewer drawings there. So let's take that out as well. And again, let's take a look. Okay, I'll take out the last one, bring up this stop frame hold, so let's delete that stop frame, and 2 after 67, stop frame hold there. One last look. You know what, that first splitting seems to slow it down a little bit, but that's a bit better. I think I'm happier with that. just thought so, Amar. Yeah, getting the team together to work on that. Okay, listen, I'm going to take a short break now. I'm going to get myself a fresh cup of tea because that's all gone. And then we'll come back and I'll do the arms and legs and work on his face and see how far we can get with that. So I'll see you back here in about 5 minutes. And welcome back. Yeah, do pop something in the collab channel, guys, and see what we can arrange together to work on. I know there's plenty of folks need a project. They want to work on some animation in some way, or want to practice their painting skills in, for background painting, and this kind of project could be ideal for that. So please do start the chat. And Soda Pop, JP, hello, hey, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining again. Great to have you here. Oh, just come back from a 5-minute break. That goes past quite quickly when you're trying to rush to make a cup of tea. Got it made just about in time. It is quite a rush for me, but great to be here. And let's crack on with the next part of this inking while we continue to chat. So there's just been some chatting in the chat here, JP, about working on some sort of collaborative group project, some sort of animation project between a number of people on the in the community. Could be quite interesting. So I've got the body. So now on to look at the arms, legs, and face. So again, I'll take it one body item, one body part at a time, starting with the legs. So, because I've now got the basic set of frames, instead of having to click on the frame in the timeline to move to, I can actually use my keyboard, which is at the side of me down here, and use the comma and full stop keys, which happen to be on the greater than, less than keys. So I like to think of those as arrows to move left and right along the timeline between keys. So by pressing the greater than sign or the full stop, I go to the next frame, and then the less than sign or comma, I go to the previous, which makes it quicker to run through the animation. Now I've got the keys laid out to then draw the additional body parts. More coffee, nice. Not a big coffee fan. Tea's more my game. Don't mind the occasional coffee. Yeah, great. But yeah, the 5-minute break is a mad rush, so I might have to extend it to 6 or 7 minutes to give me time to to get myself together and stretch my legs. But it's a good break away from the tablet, stretch my legs, stretch my eyes a little bit before I start drawing again, as well as to get myself a fresh drink. Okay, so frame number 1, I'll keep an eye on the chat, so do keep chatting along. And this is the first one to place the foot in place, because the first few frames the foot doesn't move, and I want it to sit rock solid in the same place on the next few frames. Now to do that, I can redraw it, or I could use the selection tool if I wanted to. Select over it, press Ctrl C to copy, and then Ctrl V on the next frame, and then just draw the legs in place. I prefer redrawing it. I think it will give it a bit of a natural wobble to give it a little bit of life, and I just, again, frame by frame drawing to me is about drawing, not copy pasting using the selection tool. That's all for the sketch phase. I think so, Amar. I think most people will be using OpenToonz or Tahoma, but for this kind of project, it's not important, is it? It doesn't really matter. You can use any software to combine these things together, and you could just render out to PNGs to layer them on top of each other in a video editing program or in the software program. It doesn't matter. Let me take a look at my Discord server. In fact, I think that's over here, isn't it, on this screen? If I can find the mouse. Yeah, here we are. So in OpenToonz and Tahoma World chat, let me zoom it back out to 100%. We've got the OT Collaborations channel. Most people are OpenToonz Tahoma, so yeah, that's the right channel for now. We'll see what we think. Have a think about it. Do pop in the chat or in the collaborations channel over here if you think this is the right place. Happy to move it out of OpenToonz just into collaborations, but the intention was to get a place for people to talk about working together in OpenToon's Autohoma on similar projects, as Memo 333 has already done, asking about in-betweeners and colouring. So already, if you want to join a project, here's one for you. I can see you typing there, Amar, and I'll leave that as a surprise for me later, so I'll minimise that and we'll take a look at it after the stream. Yulichek! Heyo! Good to have you here, Yulichek. Welcome. Let me turn on the onion skin, make sure I can see the previous drawing, and again, it's the red lines that's important, not the yellow. Yellow is the sketch lines beneath. Yeah, exactly. So you can use Blender, CSP, I guess any art package. You can work out as part of the conversation how you're going to combine these things together. So yeah, so maybe I should move that channel out of, or create another channel in the everything else section. But for now, stick in that channel, start your chat off anyway in the OT collaboration chat and see where we get to. Okay, let me crack on with these little leggies. So I want to try and get myself through the inking of the monster before I leave today. So I'll do the feet first, try and keep them as close to rock solid as I can. And because the hips are going down here, I need the knees to come out a bit further. In fact, I'm going to the previous one. I'm going to change that to really bring them out further because they are coming out in the next one anyway. Again, erasing the overshoot. No problem, Enyo-san. Great to have you with us today. Yeah, do join in the chat on the Discord there. See if we can get some sort of project moving along. That'd be great to see. Yeah, thanks for joining us today. Have a great rest of your day. In fact, I'm going to also turn up the smoothing here a little bit because I'm not doing fur anymore. It'll give me a neater line for his arms and legs. Yes, turn that off so I can see the start of this line here. Let's do again feet first. Keep doing feet first. And even though I think it seems to look okay in the sketch, I think I'm making his legs a little bit longer than they kind of should be. So I'm stretching his body a bit, but that's kind of okay for this, I think. And I don't know how many of you that are here now were here at the start of the stream, but as I said on the Discord server, yeah, make sure I'm following the right line, I'm really enjoying messing about with my introductions to these streams, and it's just a bit of fun, and it's another way to, oh dear, all over the place here, another way to work on some sort of a creative outlet for me. So I don't know how you're finding them. As I say, that they're too silly, if they're useful, if they're interesting. It's kind of an excuse for me to also use the tools that I have in front of me, whether it be OpenToon's Tahoma, Shotcut, my video editor, or whatever, to just to put something together and give me some ideas and get my creative juices thinking about how to animate with real video, putting it together to try and create an introduction for the streams, to kind of introduce of what we're working on during that day. But any feedback on that or any part of the stream is always welcome. So the feet still in the same place here. Let's just flip it, might be easier to draw this here. That's quite a bad design, having the leg, the kneecap joining at the side of the body, but stick with it for now. Okay, here we are. So he's moving up, so the legs immediately change shape or change positions. Now we're moving. Hit save, save all, save early, as they say. Okay, so stretched out legs, stretched out feet, changing slightly where they are here. Awkward Penguin, hello, welcome. Here we are. Good to have you here, buddy. Good to have you here. Yeah, I'm here for a little while longer. I've had a shorter stream in the past couple of weeks. And I can't be here super late today, but I think I'm here for another at least half an hour, maybe an hour or so. I've got a cup of tea, so I'm here that long. So while this still has tea in it, I'll still hang around, so good to have you with us. We're doing some inking today at last on my little animation, and trying to pull together one or two slight differences in the drawing that I've done. Here we are. So yeah, I'm great. I'm good to be at this stage and pleased to be here today. How are you downloading it? I guess you're downloading it through a YouTube downloading website or VLC Media. As I recall, it's because you can't upload videos with transparent backgrounds to YouTube. As I recall, it's black background with the white snow. So what you do is you put it into your video editor or OBS and you apply a either multiply or an overlay type of add. I'm trying to think which one it was, add or subtract. So change the type of overlay type, and that will make the black background disappear to just leave the snow. Yeah, the snow globe. I remember him. Aww. All their shorts are all cute, aren't they, that they make? Yeah, I've taken the snow off my OBS streaming software. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to turn it on right now. But it was a 10-minute. I remember it was a 10-minute snow animation, starting from no snow to going slowly to going quite heavy to go and slow again at the end on a repeating cycle. And I also added a repeating cycle of snow building up in the corner of the screen. So above my head I had a pile of snow because I used to show my background. So I had a triangle of snow up here, and to my left, yeah, sort of screen, my right screen left here, I had like a triangle of snow building up there and in the far corner, just to add a bit of fun to the stream. Didn't do that this year though. I don't know, I didn't get around to it this year. And here we can see again the difference between me drawing on the left of the screen and drawing on the right, where I'm drawing tilted as we do. The left leg isn't quite in the same place as the right, but I think I also intended to do that a little bit just to make both legs slightly different, so I wanted to have the mirroring effect of both legs being identically the same. So I wanted a bit of a change in that. Yeah, they always do, the Pixar shorts. They're cute, I love them. Really, really nice. Okay, question for the room then. Talking about Pixar shorts. What's your favourite Pixar short? While we're chatting about that, I know which mine is. And that's, I don't know the title, something like For the Birds or With the Birds. With the birds on the phone wire or electrical cable, whichever it is. I think it's phone wire. But then, and the standing along the cable with a heavy bird that brings it down and they peck his toes off. That's got to be my favourite, I think. Yeah, For the Birds, I'm sure it is. Yeah, I'm fairly sure his legs are growing and shrinking in all of these drawings, which is fine. Let me just check where the peak is of the jump. Yep, so it is, this one here is the peak. Now I'm going to use a feature that we talked about on Discord earlier today, and that's the colour markers. So I'll do it on this column, but you can do it in any column. If you right click, you've got this new option at the bottom called Cell Mark, and this is in Tahoma's nightly builds and in OpenToon's nightly builds. So you can mark a colour on any of your cells, and I'll use yellow, it could be any colour. You can name the labels, so it's not named after a colour, but something important to you, relevant to you. So you can have one colour for key drawings, one colour for extremes, another for in-betweens, to colour code different parts of your drawing. It's not a perfect system because the colour markers don't move as you insert frames, but it's quite handy, as you see there, just to drop a colour on that one. So I can see that this drawing on drawing 16 on frame 47 is the top part of the movement before he falls. So it makes it easier to see where I should be considering the overlap of different body parts. Oh, Amar's a traditional Pixar guy then. The lamp, so Luxo Jr., that'll be our guess. And the old guy on the park bench. Oh, is that the one that's playing chess with himself? I believe. Knick Knack, that's right, the snow globe chap. Yeah, I like that one. We have a look in the animation whip. In the OpenToon's Animations Discord, let's take a look at that. I'll come back to the chat there. Ooh, nice. Just looking at that, to be honest, I like the fact you've got the construction of the objects. Let me go full screen. Is it on loop actually? Ah, get off. It's not on loop, good. Okay, let me hit that again. That's nice. We were talking earlier about sticks and balls for following arcs of movement and keeping your character the right size and to see where it's moving to. Excellent, lovely. Thank you. Once more. We lean back. Hiya! Crack in. Thank you. I'll give that another thumb. Cheers for sharing. Are you planning to work some more on that, to develop it in any way, or is it just kind of a bit of an exploration of movement? What's the intention there? Yes, some Pixar films are kind of, they really push their Pixar, so you know who they are, because they really push and tell you in the adverts of the trailers for when it's coming out. They have got a certain style as well, and the shorts in particular really do. Bunny hopping, something hopping. That's a good one. I like that one. No, that's really good, Soda Pop. I like it. To be honest, we've talked earlier. I've talked a few times today about I want to get into drawing practice, and that's the kind of thing that would be ideal for drawing characters, building up the construction, and then trying to move them for that kind of I don't say simple movement, being easy. I don't mean simple in that way, but a straightforward movement just to get used to starting to move a character, keep them consistently the same size, considering the arcs and that kind of thing. So that's great. Right, so you're going to push it through to ink and colour. Nice. Okay, thanks, Amar. I'll take a look at that a little bit later on. You're right, Blifton. I love short animations, or animations in general, that don't have any talking in them. I like almost like a silent film, and I don't know if that's my age showing, but silent cartoons, or just cartoons with incidental music going along with them, where you watch the action. One of my favourite styles. I've mentioned before that when I first saw Dinosaur, the Disney cartoon, the CG cartoon at the cinema. In fact, I was watching another film, and a trailer came on at the start before the film started, and it was an extended trailer, and it came up with an introduction from one of the producers saying, "Here's a quick look at our new film coming up." I said, "We're playing the first 10 or 15 minutes of it. It's called Dinosaur. Have a look, see what you think." And it was kind of a trailer, but basically the first 10-15 minutes of the film. And I was in a kids film I was watching with my son, and the cinema was half full or 3/4 full, quite busy, and it was kind of the quietest I've ever been in a cinema full of children, and they were enthralled at the first part of the film. And if you haven't seen it, it starts off with the dinosaurs together on their island, wherever they are, and then it shows the meteor coming in towards Earth. It's going to explode, and then it hits the ground. There's a wave of energy comes out, and they jump into the water. I think that's kind of the clip they shared. And there was no talking. The animals didn't talk, and everyone was so quiet. I really enjoyed it. Everyone else did. But the film started, and there's some quiet parts in between. And when it got quiet, I kind of looked around, and I kind of couldn't believe the cinema was so full, because it was so quiet. So when I saw the actual film, I was surprised at the fact they made the dinosaurs talk later. I assumed it was all non-talking, but it's a non-talking part that I really enjoyed. So yeah, love those kind. Yeah, the volume was great. And again, construction helps. You kind of did the sticks and balls thing almost that we've talked about earlier today. Yeah, me too, Soda Pop. That's why I'm doing this, and that's why over the past few weeks you've seen me change it so much. It's why it's taken the past few weeks to get to this inking stage for me. Primal, yeah, that looks good. I've not watched that yet. Yeah, I really want to watch that. I've seen a trailer for that. Looking forward to that at some point. Not sure what streaming service it's on. I did find out at the time, but I don't think I had that service to watch it at the time. But I'd like to. Yeah, they really can. It makes you watch the film or the animation in a different way if there's no talking. Without people actually telling you how they feel, they're showing you how they feel. And it's kind of almost, I think it's almost better for us beginner artists and filmmakers to create those cartoons first, because then we'll learn those techniques to present feelings and the character arcs and the storyline without having to express it all with dialogue. HBO Max, yeah, we don't have HBO Max in this country on like TV. Obviously online you can join on it. I don't know if they're being shown on like Amazon Prime or elsewhere, but yeah, they look really good. I want to take a look at them at some point. Okay, so this is the peak. So the foot is moving slightly upwards, the leg is slightly higher. I'm going to change the line of this to make sure that we show the upward movement. Yeah, no, it's great work, Soda Pop. Please do keep sharing, as I've said before to everybody here. Please keep sharing on the Discord your progress with that as you work through in-betweens, ink and paint, or what have you. Adult Swim, again, I don't know where that would be on streaming here. It's one of those programs that's kind of in the back of my mind that at some point I'll come across and I'll rewatch it. Lake Sadie, Lake, LS, hello, welcome, yes, still live, still here, still linking and still chatting. Welcome back. It really is. I love the fact we've got an active community working on their own projects, busy with things, and sharing them on the server. This is why I'm really keen to ask everyone to share them, and I'm really keen to share them in the kitchen when I take a break, so we can take a look at each other's work, feel inspired about what we're doing. And again, I've drawn the legs here in a different position for the left and right, just so there's not that mirroring effect between both of them. We have a quick look at that, Amar. You said you couldn't set them to 0. I think I know what you mean. So I want to have a quick look. So in the collaborations channel, that's what I thought you'd done. Yeah. Yeah, to add them in, you have to add them all as one. That's just the way it goes. Yeah, I'll take a look at that properly. Excellent. Yeah, that's a great way to do it. Yeah, I'm a little bit envious actually when I see, I can turn that off I think now, envious when I see you all working on different projects, because I work on my videos for Fridays with tutorials or what have you about OpenTunes, getting ready for these streams. There's not a lot of time in between to work on other projects. I will turn it on just to see the length of the feet to make sure they're not growing and shrinking too much. So when I see you working on projects, I kind of really get jealous and think I'd like to do that more myself, and I do wonder if I should just sometimes stop what I'm doing on the channel just so I can work on projects a bit more, take a few weeks off and just take time to do some animation without having the live stream to chat through and to work on. Just to put something to one side and say, I'm going to work on this animation. Maybe I will sometime, maybe I will. I've got a few, as I say, a few ideas of stories I want to tackle or themes I want to tackle. And at the minute the plan is to do that during the streams, but that obviously will slow down. Oh yeah, will slow down the progress of when I can actually work on them, how long I can spend on each one. Move that foot out so it doesn't overlap the previous frame. And in some ways I'm kind of living through you, animating vicariously through what you're working on. That I see you're working, it kind of inspires me, makes me feel good that the community are actually working on projects. Yeah, I mean at the minute I've got next week's video uploaded ready. I've recorded the following one, but I need to edit that and work on that. So yeah, finding time to work on these different things. I enjoy both though. I do enjoy the videos. I enjoy working on them, recording, planning, recording, editing. It's great fun. And knowing that they help people is also enjoyable to me. But then I'd like to find time for actual animation. And at the minute, the Sunday time is my time for this. We have a chat and I'll answer questions, we'll do other things. But this is my reserved time to do some drawing. But to work on a larger project, maybe I need more time. And I think what's getting in my way is full-time work. I need to leave my job, I think, is what I need. I'm working on that with Mrs. T. She's not convinced just yet that I need to do so. But we'll see. Let's get these the same length. Yeah, little time. It's about organising your time. But again, as I said earlier, this is why. Where are we in the next drawing? Beep, 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 beep. We got there. What was I saying? This is why. Yeah, this is why I kind of cut back on my time. I'm going to change that there, it looks horrible. On my time that I spend on all the Discord channels and Reddit and Facebook and other places, that as much as I like answering questions and helping out, I don't have as much time to do that really as I'd like to have. To be able to work then on other projects, whether it be videos, the streams, cartoons. 6 days a week. Wow. I'm on 5 days a week at the minute, as we've talked about before. I do 2 days a week in the office and 3 days a week I get to work at home, so I avoid the commute, which gives me a bit more time, which is good. Again, very appreciative of my company to allow me to do that, which just helps me in my personal life for spending time with Mrs. T, as well as doing all my stuff up here. I think AMR is fine, just as long as you understand that the numbers are going to be one more than the actual people. Is that your job? So you'll be leaving yours, AMR, this year? I mean, I kind of can't afford to, so I need to work. Like most of us, to pay the bills. But this is part of some of the changes in the channel with the Patreon and what have you, to try and help things a little bit longer term. But that's really, for me, a bit of a pipe dream, but it's kind of the only way I'll find the extra time to work on the additional projects. Right now, I'm doing okay. I've got plenty of free time. Mrs. T she's really busy with her own projects and her own things, so I get lots of time to work on this stuff. Yeah, saying that, Jay, you want to quit and sit around drawing pictures doesn't always go down so well. I don't know how you found it. Other people aren't quite as enthusiastic as we are perhaps with that. Yeah, I realise, Maria, yeah, you are. But you seem to be doing okay, organising your time, getting on with your other projects. Oh, it's amazing, Amar. Yeah, big step. I remember you saying you got a big raise to stay there. Was he not? Soda Pop. I didn't notice. I was too busy trying to avoid the sword. But I could see that the character was sort of he felt physically in the right place. That's the main thing I took from that. You got that physicality, the size of him correct and feeling solid. But I didn't look where he was facing. So yeah, if he's not facing the right way, that is something to take a look at. Yeah, your stuff, Awkward Penguin. I really like the style that you draw in. Good luck to you. I hope it goes well. Yeah, that's true. Actually, you've put the word retire in quotes. When I've talked about this with Mrs. T, I've talked about retiring, but it's not about retiring so I can sit at home watching TV all day, or so I can sit in the garden enjoying the birds flying past. That's not the retirement I want. It's retirement doing this. This is what I'd be doing full time if I retired. Yeah, money can help. It can certainly make you feel like you want to stay somewhere. I know what you mean with that. Okay, so I'm still on the legs, but they're flying off now. So this is going to be straightforward to do because I copy and pasted each of the legs. So I'll hit save all now. Save early. Exactly. And I'll use the keyboard shortcuts with the greater than less than signs to step through frame by frame and just trace over one leg at a time. If I can, there we go, if I can see where it's going to. There is some overlap here, but when we've finally got some colour, that will sort of make that difference between the body and the legs much better. It'll stand out much more. Press Alt D. Because it's a stop hold frame, I need to do it on the following frame, not too later, and then I can move it down. I remember this being an issue that confused me before. I need to create all of these frames. So again, Alt D. I need to delete that stop frame, and then I can do this, I think. Let me try. Yeah, I can just draw now because I got rid of that stop frame. And I don't need to trace these exactly. It's good to have a bit of change in the shape of them, but they are just copy pasted that same leg, rotating around and moving up and down. Let's move that up there. Okay, so it's hit the floor now. Let me change that. I didn't quite finish that right. So I want the toes touching the same place. The leg going to there. And then I will have it slightly changing. Let me just see how that moves there. Yeah, so I can come down to the ground at the same level as that one. Just having that slowly sinking into place. A couple of frames there. Tiny bit of movement. Like that. Okay. well, instead of inking it soda pop, why not go back and repair it? Just go back and change the parts you don't like. So change the head to face the right direction. Have a look through again, make sure, as I did with this animation, you've got all of the body parts moving in arcs. They're all going at a nice pace, so look at the onion skins to see the spacing between them, to make sure you've got that acceleration up and then down again, and then move to the in-betweens before inking maybe. But yeah, do take a look at that challenge, the collaboration group, see if that's something you want to get involved in. Okay, that's one leg, and then let's come back to the opposite side. And then do the other leg. There we are. So I'll zoom in a little bit and let's draw this. So again, I'm using the Control S to save, using the greater than, less than, or comma, full stop buttons to skip between frames. Now that I've got all of the additional frames added, it should be a quicker process to ink this part. And they are only matchstick legs. There's no size about them, no thickness or anything, they're not changing shape. And although they would, I guess, kind of semi-realistically, the legs, instead of remaining at like 90 degrees, they would sort of open about or flail a bit as they went into the air. I quite like the fact they stay solid and you can see the rotation as they go up and then down. So I quite like that, as well as it making it easier for me to draw. No sign of Dave today. He's not on his marathon stream session as he has been recently. Don't know if he's going to pop in before we disappear to let us know if he's streaming this evening or not. I've not heard from him, so I don't know. I'm thinking, as time's ticking by, I may well leave this inking at the arms and legs phase and add the face next week. Oh, there's an eyeball there. I might do the eyeballs. They're good fun, aren't they? Because after the stream, as I say, I'm going to have to see Mrs. T and my brother-in-law, so I'm looking forward to popping over and seeing them. Not sure about this movement, it seems a bit strange. I'm just look at this. Boom, boom, boom. There we are. Boom, boom. It's coming down here and it changes shape, bounces, and then lands on the ground. I see. So the toes in the same place. So the frame in the middle there, it seems a bit peculiar. I might come back and re-look at that. So because they're now all in the same level, I need to make sure that when they last different amounts of times, that it doesn't just disappear. So I need to trace over this for the remaining frames. And again, I could just copy and paste, but I like the idea of this having some slight movement, even though I'm trying to be as accurate as I can to draw. This is where perhaps rotating the drawing could be useful, but it appears I'm not trying to do that. Right, that's all of those. So that's the legs. So again, let's take a look. Yep. So let's do the arms. We'll certainly get those done today. Yes, I agree, Lake. It does to users for many software, having the vertical timeline instead of the horizontal. But you can change it. I've actually changed it from Tahoma to be the vertical to make it easier for animating this taller view. Otherwise, the timeline can get in the way. But let me show you that. I don't know if you've seen it before, so let me show you. I'll unlock the docking, so I can click and drag the X sheet away from the right hand side, and I can place it at the bottom here. I can then resize that, and then if you right click on a header, I can change the orientation from vertical to horizontal, and now the timeline goes from left to right. So you can have it there if you want to as a horizontal timeline, and the default room in Tahoma and OpenToons both have a horizontal timeline. But as I say, if you look at the space here for the drawing, it's very much a horizontal space for the drawing, whereas the area I'm drawing in is very much vertical. So for my use, I'd rather have a vertical X-sheet style timeline by changing the orientation there. So yeah, it's something to get used to, I guess, as a new user, and to understand the different timelines and to work out which one makes sense for you. Me too, Penguin, absolutely. The fact you've got a zoom now to show more frames or fewer frames is amazing. It really is. But that's the main reason I use the horizontal timeline. I mean, I'm used to the horizontal timeline from Flash, from video editors and other software, but you get more frames shown horizontally than vertically because as a ratio, the screen is wider. A 16:9 screen is, 16 units wide by 9 tall. There's more space, so you get more frames in. Okay, let me crack on with these arms. I want to get this finished today. Let me look at the time. 20 past 6. I started at 3 o'clock, so that's nearly 3.5 hours. So I want to get on with this and then move on and carry on with the drawing next week. So I think I'll finish the arms. I might mess about with the eyeballs just because it's fun, but then the face, I think I'll leave the face till next week. Okay, so this should be pretty straightforward, like doing the legs. So drawing the arms is fine, but let's move the smoothing up again. I have drawn the hands to kind of a different shape. I know I have, so I need to keep an eye on that, try and keep them roughly the same sort of shape. And because I've turned the smoothing on for the arms, I need to make sure that I don't use the smoothing when doing the hands. And also to make sure that I'm following the yellow lines, which is the sketch lines, not the red, which is the previous frame. So to be able to get the sharp curve, instead of drawing one continuous line going to the side and down, that gives you a corner, you draw to the side, release the pointer, the stylus, and then draw down, gives you a sharper corner than this curved line that you get with a single line drawn with smoothing. And the same for the hands, I draw one finger separately from the other. So it's one line, two lines, three lines, 4. Same for both arms. And now these don't move much at all. I'm going to concentrate on one arm at a time. So it's moving slowly outwards. So I'm looking at the previous red line drawing for the previous frame as well as the yellow. It's always good to pay attention to your tools, and I've said so many times to people about learning the software. The more you know about the software, the more you can use the features of the software for you. So find out how they work and figure out which is the best for you. So some people, I know I've seen Jer, I don't know if he's still here, Jeremiah Henning, he uses the smoothing on a high setting when he's drawing vectors. And I've seen when you're drawing clouds, Jer, where you draw the line and the line actually follows quite a long way behind your pointer, but you get great looking drawings all the time. That works for you. To me, that's too high. For a lot of drawings like the fur here, I have no smoothing at all, so I can have a nice line that follows my pointer with lots of pointy lines for the fur. But then drawing longer lines I want smooth, I turn the smoothing up and it gives me a nice smooth curve. So yeah, have a play with it, see what works for you. So here the arm's not moving much, but it is moving slightly outwards as he's slowly squeezing. So I want to follow that same line, but move it slightly to the right here. So the elbow to the right and the hand to the right. This is why I want to do one arm at a time, so I can really focus on where the line's going to go. And I'm using a combination of the sketch level and the previous frame to try and keep that moving in the right direction. And here you can see the benefit of adding the yellow colour to that frame. So I can see I'm quite a few frames away from the high jump, but you can add another colour perhaps there for where he first extends out. So let's go to cell mark and use yellow for the last. The standard colour is green, so let's use like a pink colour. So number 11 is where he starts to extend upwards for the jump. So I can see here easily I'm on the last drawing before he jumps. So this needs to not be moving so much at all, only a little bit, so it's not totally still, and then we get some kind of a little bit of movement. So we've got the smoothing in to the edge of the position. Yeah, I know what you mean, Blifton. This is animation though, isn't it? It is a case of drawing lots of drawings, but maybe some of the auto in-betweening tools could be useful for you. And that's in OpenToon's Homer where we use vectors. And in fact, in a couple of weeks, I plan to make a video about the auto in-betweening and how you can use them for character animation. So keep your eyes open for that. I know what you mean, Blake. A lot of people around here on the community chat about ideas they're getting for different projects, and it's easy once you're in the middle of one project for your mind to wander about something else, especially once you've done kind of the exciting part, the core parts of the sketching phase to get the timing laid out, and then the thought of doing in-betweens and inking and painting, your mind's thinking about the next project. But you kind of got to determine what you want from each project. Do you want to get it to a completed stage? Or maybe just a pencil sketch movement is enough for what you want to learn, for what you want to present. Thank you, Maria. Yeah, it really can do. I've never tried Synfig Studio. Yeah, never tried it. I'm really happy with what Tahoma gives me, so I don't plan to try any of the programs if I can help it, apart from the new animation program from Alon Dan. I'm really intrigued on what he's putting together. It's got a few unique features in that program I've not seen elsewhere, so no doubt you'll see that on the channel at some point. Yeah, exactly, Amar. No escaping the drawing part, unless, as Maria says, you use kind of the manual puppet style. Is how I think about it. The duplicate, select, manipulate from Dave. It's the it feels like a cutout, a manual cutout process without actually doing the rigging. If you do it right, it looks great. But for me, I find it looks a little bit too stiff because of the pieces staying absolutely rigid and just rotating or moving, but it does help to keep the size of your characters correct throughout the animation, and it's an interesting way to work, a fun way to work, I think, that you can work through quite quickly. I'll try your name, Maidbime? Hello, welcome. Good to have you here. How to paint a half line in OpenToons. I'm not quite sure what you mean. If you can try and explain in other words the best way you can, and I'll try and help you. I'm thinking you might mean change the colour of part of a line. If you do, then are you using vector lines or raster lines? Absolutely. Write down a script for the animation, like, yes. Yeah, write down a script, do a few thumbnails maybe, and perhaps you can do that as a side project, so continue with your current project, and then every now and again take half an hour, do a few thumbnails or a few more ideas for the script for the second project. Monka, hello, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, maybe dash the line, dash the dotted line kind of a thing, I'm not sure. Because if you're using vector levels, if I come over here and add a vector level, and then you can use, let me hit save before I do anything else, a vector line, and you can use the lines in here. I'm not sure if it has a dashed line or not. At the bottom here is the ones I was thinking of. They've got different wobbly lines, but not dashed. Not in the stamps either. So I think really you might have to just sort of do that yourself. Because if I draw a vector line and then change this to a different style, so there's different styles of lines you can use for automatically having a feature. This one possibly, you've got two colours, so you can change the colour. You can alter the colours here, where you can change the black to say a red and the yellow to be a blue or whatever. If you change it to white, or just bring down the alpha on the second colour, that can give you a dashed line perhaps. By changing the settings, you can set the distance between the marks or the dashes. So that's one way possibly of doing the dashed line if that's what you're after. Yeah, it's difficult to explain sometimes. In all of my videos I try and use fairly simple language. I don't try and sound clever or use extra words that could be misunderstood. I try and be as clear as I can, although I've got a habit of mumbling and going too quickly, but you know, I'm working on that for these videos. So I try and be as clear as I can, but hopefully, even if you don't understand English, you can see what I'm doing in the program and hopefully follow along with what I'm doing. So when I try and show different things, I'll often hover for a long time, or if I'm showing a menu item, I'll hover and leave it open so you can see exactly what I'm clicking on to try and make it easier. So hopefully it's helped a little bit. Yeah, I know what you mean, Blifton. software that he's put together though is looking really nice. It looks very similar to a lot of animation programs. I say it's got a really a couple of really quirky features that I think are going to be so useful. One in particular is something that all software programs should have. One program, I think Toon Boom, has a similar version but not quite the same, so it feels like an extension of that feature. But as I say, I'll come back to that in the coming weeks. So as soon as I get my hands on the software, I'll share it with you all so you can take a look. Awkward Penguin's asking about the thickness of the line. Yes, if I select the line, you can change the thickness up here if you want to make it a thin dashed line, and it changes its thickness along the line because that's the way I drew it. So if I draw a new line, instead of having a different thickness here, I can set the min and max to the same value. And now if I draw the line in that style, I can select it and again change the thickness here. So it's a consistent thickness of line. So there's the dashed line in a thinner version. Lakeside it? Yes. She ensured it is a little bit hard to make a program like that, but it depends what you're after. If you want a small subset of features of an animation program, you can just build the small subset that you need. Whereas I know he's trying to build a large animation program for professionals to use, so it's going to have all the features in there. Was that Big Bird appeared online? If you're still there, hello Big Bird. Yeah, hopefully that helped with the dotted line, if that's the kind of thing that you're referring to. Entirely, or Enterly, is that you, LS? Good to have you with us. I didn't recognise who you was. Hello, Yanis. I guess you're watching on your phone at the minute. Yes, we're still going. We're still there. So, Big Bird, everybody, is Mrs. T. So feel free to say hello to Mrs. T. She's on the stream watching us. I'm thinking that you're asking when I'm going to finish. How long are we going to be? I'm thinking about that long. So about 20 minutes, I think, before I finish the stream today. No, I'm afraid not. I didn't recognise your profile picture. And is it, while you're here then, is it entirely or enterly? How do you prefer it? Dinner's cooking. I've not eaten yet. Right, so if you're still cooking dinner and you've got to eat it, that gives me a little bit more time. We'll see how we get on. So my little monster hasn't got any arms at the minute. Not got a face either. So let me show you where I am and you'll see how far we've got to go. I'll show the sketch as well so you can see his little face. So I've got his body and his legs jumping around and exploding. I'm just putting his arms in now, and I'll pop his eyeballs in at the end as well. And I was thinking of leaving the face till next week, so I say about 20 minutes, half an hour should get me through this. Exactly. I've got my tea to keep me going. Okay, yeah. If you want to change name, no worries. I'm just not sure how to pronounce the second part. Sadet? Sade? Sade? How do you prefer it? So let's see, there we are. So I'm on his right arm. That one there. So is it just you and Yanis watching the stream then, little missus? Right, so just squashing down, slowly moving outwards. So let's make sure that the arm moves outwards as well. Yeah, absolutely. Earlier on, actually, I don't think you heard during the stream, Aggie, my little cat, was just outside the door here, meowing to come and say hello. I almost let her in, but I know what she's like for wandering around the desk, and she's no doubt knocked the camera over, so I left her outside for a short while. Yep, just you and Yanis. Okay. Hello, Yanis. A guy on YouTube has done over 100 tutorial vids for Synfig. Yeah, there's plenty out there. If you're interested in Synfig, then there's plenty for you to take a look at. Okay, I need the arm to move outwards as well as down, so I can follow this one here for now. And again, trying to look at the previous drawing as well as the sketch version. So moving outwards each time and downwards, so a little bit longer there. Yeah, no problem at all. I'll do my best. We'll get close to the name. I think look at the name. I'd try Said. I don't want to say Sadet. Lake Sadet. Lake Sade. Right, I see. Yeah, the official channel. It's surprising there's no official channel for OpenToonz tutorials as well. So here, let's move this down a bit and out a bit more. And down a bit. And out a bit. Nearly tracing that. Okay, and now he's jumping up, so let's do both together. So yes, it's doing the black ink lines today. And we'll have the majority of this done, which is good. Ready for finishing off the face next week. And then starting the inking. So stretch out, draw him like tombs, coming through a vent. You know what I mean. And this part is faster going than the others. So here we go, we're slowing down towards the yellow frame, which is the peak of the jump. So tracing over the spacing of the sketch, but considering the ink line of the previous frame to try and keep some consistency. Oh, you didn't, did you? No, I didn't see that. Did you complete that Hobbit hole, Chair? Yeah, that's really good. That was. I was amazed. I don't know why, because you've done this before, but I was amazed at how it came together. And as I said on the chat, it was just done one piece at a time. Each piece. Keep that together. There. Each piece, I could see exactly how you added it, but by the time a few of them came together, it really came together nicely as a completed overall picture. Yeah, it's amazing. So please do. Yeah, pop it in your Twitter or Instagram or what have you. Exactly that, Lake. Yes, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, tea all round. So the mascots, or if I go to my study, zip over there, so you can see them up here. No, wrong side. You can see them up here on the second shelf. So we've got the teacup first, next to him tea mug, and the teapot at the end. They've all joined, as I call it, my tea service. Yeah, it's because surname of tea, and I don't mind the odd cup of tea myself, so it seemed apt. And I believe as well, if she's still here, Mrs. T gave me the suggestion about using those for the mascots. So thanks to her again. Very helpful. I said though in one of my videos, possibly on the Patreon, I can't remember, that I may well change them a little bit, change the characters' look. I want to animate them a little bit, and if you watch this stream back on YouTube when I finish, you see at the very start the teapot appearing in the introduction video, and I think I might use them a little bit more. And also in the kitchen, of course, they're everywhere now. Yeah, segment eraser is really, really good, really useful. I've not used that enough. I want this to move only a little bit up, like that. But yeah, it looks like a really useful tool. I don't really use vectors enough. I ought to perhaps spend a bit more time on them, using them, I should say. Needs to come down a bit, like that. Yes, there may well be some other characters entering the tea service at one point or another. I was trying to think of the onto 3 levels for my Patreon. That's where they came from. Onto 3 levels, and I had a previous idea, which off the top of my head now I can't even remember what it was. And I started sketching some things, and then we had a chat, me and Mrs. T, and she came up. I'm sure she suggested it first about the tea service, because obviously the drinking cups of tea and the Darren Tea and everything. So yeah, it came together nicely. I was really, really happy with how that came out in the end. I mean, maybe I'll redraw those. It's quite low. Yeah, bring them lower. Maybe I'll redraw those in vector as a practice, and also to reuse them. So I did draw them quite large originally. So that I could reuse them in different animations and in different ways. I want to go back and tidy them up a little bit though. I don't think I quite got them right. I know that, for instance, that I made a bit of a schoolboy error by resizing the main drawing before I did the shadows. So the shadows aren't at the same scale as the main drawing. So you've always got to have that relationship for them to fit together nicely. So I want to remove the scaling, redraw the shadows on top, and then collapse them to a sub X sheet, and now I can scale them together. They do. I love the vector tools, and I was talking earlier about the auto in-betweening, which you can only do with vector levels. So as I say, I've got a video coming up with those in. Some of you on the Discord server or follow me on Twitter will have seen my little animated dancing flamingo was drawn in vector just so I could use the tools, and that's part for another video that I was demonstrating another feature of. So these hands are very gigantic. I think the idea was they were stretched as he fell, which looks odd in a single image. thank you, appreciate that. I'm off shortly myself, I think in 10, 15 minutes or so anyway. And if you want to see the end result, then do check back on YouTube, you'll see the video there. So thanks for joining me today, great to have you with us, and see you next week hopefully. Yeah, reuse and planning for animations is so important, and something I don't think I really spend enough time on, and it's something that I've talked about a little bit on the channel, but I think I need to emphasise a bit more. But again, it's one of those things that I can only really emphasise as I'm working on a larger project. So again, it's back to that age-old problem of finding time to work on a larger project, and that will bring out some of these issues both for me to learn about, as well as for me to talk about in videos on the Friday videos. Because then it's talking about a real world scenario of needing to use certain features. You know what, Blifton, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was in two minds. Where's my hands gone? Have I hidden? No, they should be visible. Oh, well, I skipped back a few frames accidentally. There we are. I was in two minds about my tea service being my tea service and having my teacup, tea mug and teapot, or to have it as my tea service. And I think you can see where this is going, with an actual teacup, tea mug and teapot. But that came down, that's kind of where I started. But then thinking about the channel name being Darren Tea with just the letter T, I kind of went with this one. But that was kind of on my mind when I started doing that. Likewise, now I've got this set up for the tea service in Patreon and the little characters floating around. You're right, maybe it should be Sunday tea time, because it's tea time with this fella, as well as being tea time at 3 PM in the afternoon. So yeah, maybe I'll rename and rebrand. But yeah, interesting thinking about that when I first set things up. Let me just use the selection tool actually, and I can hit delete. That's the quick way. But yeah, that was on my mind about what to call them. But interesting point, Blifton. Thank you. Thank you for raising that. Where are we? So yeah, so I'm on his hand on the right hand side here. So let's follow it through. So it's moving upwards, so let's just trace this through. Bring up the smoothing, around 10 or so. Again, trying to keep the size of the hand quite consistent, or as consistent as I can, without worrying too much. I just don't want, as the hand moves, the fingers to kind of do this and change shape all the way through. You've never drawn a penguin? Oh, come on, AP, surely. You are. Imposter. In fact, why is your avatar not a little penguin? I mean, what are they? Something like this? I'm thinking about the penguin from Wallace and Gromit. now he's changing it. He looks a bit weird there. Yeah, you get yourself penguined up. You can't be an awkward penguin if you haven't even drew a penguin. Come on. We almost need perhaps we need a penguin challenge. Who can draw the best penguin? Or even the most awkward penguin? If you was drawing an awkward penguin, how would you draw him to look awkward? Let's move that up there, it's easier to see. And he's about to hit the ground, I think. It is, you're right, it is a little awkward if you're not drawing one. Almost done with the owl series. I really like your owl series. They're really nice. In fact, I can't recall on your YouTube channel, do you have a penguin? Do you even have a penguin on there? I'm guessing you don't, with you talking about not yet drawing one. Surely you need to have a penguin on your channel. Come on, AP. I'm going to change this slightly from the sketch, just to keep sort of this finger in the same place, as though that it's closing as it lands. Yeah, I really enjoyed that owl short. I keep saying I love seeing all of your work that you share. It really inspires me. Even though I've not been involved in it in any way, just seeing the work coming together, oh, great to see. So these last few frames here should be the arm not moving, so I'm going to trace them. It will have that small wobble that we've talked about before, which is fine, but basically it sits in the same place. In fact, I was about to do something then. If you want to answer, Amar, if you want to share your link again to your owls over on the Discord, feel absolutely free to. Okay, is it other arm to do now on the left hand side of the screen, which is your right arm. Here we are. And then that's the arms complete. Zoomed in a little bit close, I think, there. Not too bad. And again, using the keyboard to step through the frames. Although as soon as I put my hand on the keyboard, I tend to find that I want to hit undo straight away. Like that. Man of no style, art art nomad. Man of no style, art nomad on Instagram. Nice. I never remember that, but I do follow you, and I do see the link on Discord. And apart from having to sort of guess a little bit of quite where the fingers are and to make things a little bit neat, so I'm drawing each frame, this really is my favourite part, because everything's been spaced out, the timing's okay, so you're just literally tracing over what you've done before to get parts of your character in the right place. thought so. I pressed undo too many times and lost a finger. You know how it is. Oh, I guess as well, I was talking to Mrs. T earlier about, about she's having her tea that's being cooked at the minute. I need to get some tea as well before I go to join them, of course. So I need to sort that out. And again, I'm going to change where the position of this is because the finger of the hand has already hit the ground here. So my previous sketch had it kind of moving a bit too much, I think. Oh, in fact, this left hand, or his right hand with the mirror image, it would bounce off the ground a little bit. I remember I did that. So let me come back and change this to match. Okay, Monosan. And like Bruce Lee, you have no style. Oh, I'm sure that's not true. Yeah, absolutely, AP. It's easy just to trace lines and not think about the shape of the object. And you go from a sketch, a rough sketch, which is kind of all lively as it's all rough and messy, to a neater line, you can lose a bit of that life. But yeah, just the fact I can not worry about the spacing. Is it spaced right? If I've drawn this right, we'll have to resize him. Is he too big? You can just draw, and it's so much fun, especially with the larger characters. So when I was drawing the teapot, cup and mug, when I was tracing over those for the ink lines, because they're larger, I drew them large on the page, there's large sweeping lines. Oh, it's so much fun. Okay, let me turn off the onion skin and assume that the sketches are all in the right place. And let me then just trace these and we'll see how they look afterwards. I'll try and keep the fingers, yeah, the same. So here I now need to actually trace the red lines. But drawing over like a stick figure arms and legs I'm here, it's not the same as drawing a whole character and having that animation moving. And that's where I do want to get to in the coming weeks and months. Again, that's why I enjoy living vicariously through all of you who are doing your own animations and sharing them. When I see yours, Maria, with your whole character, your little chap dancing or girl dancing, it's good to see. Hard to explain, but fun to see. Last frame. Okay, so we'll get to see all these body parts bouncing, and then we'll do the eyes and then call it a day. Now get a snack and go see Mrs. T. Okay, turn off the sketches so we'll lose his face. Turn off the onion skin and let's take a look at this. So fit to window and the faceless monster can have a little jump. So I'm going to take a look at each of the arms and legs in turn. So I'm looking at the bottom right first, and then the bottom left. Yeah, so on the bottom right, his arms and legs sort of settle down, and the bottom left, I like that bounce of the leg. Yeah, I've got to do these eyeballs. I love how the eyeballs turned out. There, that's where the first appeared. And we'll draw the face on afterwards next week, but let's get these eyes done. I really want to get those bouncing. That's a good phrase you've got there, Amar. Tiny fireworks popping in your head. I think a lot of people on the stream now and over on the Discord that we chat to have got the same kind of feeling. There's a lot happening. Someone talked earlier about working on one animation and the mind's working on another one. They want to start the next story. Things are busy. The creative juices are rolling. Eccentric and nutty. But yeah, eclectic. Yeah, I like that word. Tea's nearly gone, so let me get to these eyes before it disappears. So the one thing I wanted to change was I wanted the eyes to be a circle, not an oval as I had drawn them. So let me draw this as a separate shape. Getting closer. That'll do. And I'll use the selection tool and I will copy this and I'll manually draw in the pupils later. So let's move that to here and I'll press the arrow for next frame, the greater than sign, then Control V, and I'll move that over there. Next one, Control V, we'll move that on top. And I'll just keep placing this on top of the location of the sketches. Just check, yep, that's pasting in the right place. And I could easily put in the pupil and paste it with a small rotation, but I do like the idea of just hand drawing it. So let me just place these in place here. And that's why I wanted the circle, whereas an oval I'd have to rotate it each time. So it's the first time in the inking I'm using copy and paste. I press Control C here, so now I'm going to go to the next frame. Ah, that's the final frame. Okay, and let's go and take a look at the right eye on the left of the screen. Paste that in here, and let's place that over there. And I press Control C now, it'll copy it from that location. So now I do Control V, it's closer to there to place it. So Control V each time. And to make sure that the pupil is inside, because that's kind of where your eye as a viewer is watching. And I like the oval shape of the other eyes. I want to try it with a circle to see how it looks. So for the sketch, the oval was great. You really got to see the rotation. But I want the rotation to be with the pupil, so we'll see how it looks. Again, if any of this comes out wrong, I can always change it next time. The idea of putting this together is to actually learn from it, as well as try and make a fun animation. Okay, so let's see how they bounce by pressing play. So the last couple here. There's some more frames for the eyes to move. So let me Alt D, add in those blank frames here, I didn't realise. So I need to trace over those arms and legs, which is fine. Flipper clip, yes he did, yeah. Oh absolutely, Amar. Always share things you've been working on. Indeed, Maria, indeed you do. Right, so Control V, and I've still got this here. Control V. Oops, press the right key, it'll help. Place that here. Now these are quite subtle movements at the end, so we might need to adjust these. So I'll leave those there for now, I can always change them in a second. And let's go back and add in the arms and legs, the missing ones. Right, turn on the onion skin, hit save. And one thing I've not been doing today is, I've got my backup tool running down here, but I've not been naming each of the phases, which is a bit of a shame. It's always good to go back and be able to select a named version. I've still got the backup copies of each one, but not a named version to know this is where I've completed the body, then the legs, then the arms. So that's a bit of a shame, but that's fine. I've sort of remembered about that. The backups are still running, which is the main thing, so I can't lose anything. Let's zoom in here. I'm going to use the rotate. We talked about this earlier. It'll give me an easy way to draw these lines. And then let's quickly trace over these. I'm struggling getting straight lines today. I'm drawing very curved ones. And as I've talked about before, whenever you're doing this trace over, it's best not to use the previous frame as in a relative onion skin marker, but to use a fixed frame there. So as I go from drawing to drawing, the onion skin doesn't change. So I don't get that evolution of movement. So if you happen to draw a line slightly to one side, slightly to the right, say, of your previous frame, if you keep doing that each time, you see the line moving across to the right. It drifts. But if you stick with trying to trace over the a single drawing, then you're less likely to shift. So I may already have introduced some shift here. So I'm going to start that one again. There we go. And then it'll be easier for the line to sit still and more easy for me to trace it in the same place. But we'll still get that natural wobble. Turn that up a little bit for the smoothing. More likely to give us a smoother line. So I'm coming towards the end here. So if you've got any other questions, any final things you want to ask or say, please do so in the chat and I'll take a look at that in a second. So we talked earlier about resetting the zoom, and this is kind of an ideal time, resetting the rotation. This is an ideal time to look at that. That it's not just the rotation but the zoom to reset, which makes it easier to go to the opposite side of the page for the other arms. So click the dot at the bottom of the viewer, and then I can then zoom in to the opposite side and rotate to the right position. So 91 is where I want to use the onion skin from for this side. Okay. Diode, spot on. That's exactly what I'm going to do. It's not too late at all in the process. As I started to read there, I wondered what he was going to say, because I was about to say, it's too late. I finished all my sketching. I'm not going to change things now. I like that. I love that. Absolutely, the eyes are going to blink. Perfect. I love it. And that's why I'm doing these streams. That's exactly why I'm doing these streams. to get ideas like that. Every time I see it blink in this kind of situation, in my head I hear a little cartoon noise going ding ding, which there may well be added to the final version. So we need to add think about the timing for that. For a bit of comedy purpose, you need to have a gap in the time. So once it's stopped, there's a pause and then a blink. So we'll do that. But I love that.
That's kind of crap. I want to do that again.
And again, you could easily copy and paste these lines here because they're duplicates. I like the twitchy movement. And whether I trace over the lines to get another twitchy movement for the blinks or just copy and paste, I don't know. I might just duplicate some of the previous drawings or something. We'll see. We'll see. Hit save. Save all. Save as often as you can. And as I always ask, is that often enough? No. Save again. Save, save, save again. Okay, so let's see if we can get these eyes rotating. Press the dot to reset the view. Let's take a look at that, see everything bouncing around. I'll play it on loop play. Gives me a chance to have a sip of my drink here. And even though I've got circles now for the eyes instead of the ovals, you can still see the sketched pupils rotating, which I like. That's looking really nice. I like that. You're talking Awkward Penguin about losing the life when you do the inking. I'm happy with how that looks. That suits me. Yeah, it's good. Okay, let's get these eyeballs in, the pupils, and then that's where we start. We're just about there. So I'm going to go one frame at a time, draw this rotating. Because I copy and pasted on the sketch level, the pupils here should be about the same size for me to trace over. But because I'll be hand drawing each one, there'll be a bit of variation. And I might come back later and draw them larger. But I think they're okay as they are. Let's see. So turn the smoothing down, gives me more control over this. And for efficiency, it might have been better to copy and paste it. Be certainly quicker. But I want to do frame by frame. I want to draw frame by frame. It's kind of why I'm here. Bit of fun for it. I might add that specular highlight, that little white dot in here as well. Let's get the pupil first. That's too wide. Okay, that's the last one. And the opposite eye. Bear in mind when I add colours to this, there'll be colour on the fur of the monster, as well as white in the eye, so you won't see those overlapping lines quite so much. And by focusing on one eye at a time, I've found it makes it easier to keep things like this a little bit more consistent than if I flitted from the left of the screen to the right. And I can see as I'm drawing them that they're not being entirely consistent, but you know, more consistent. And that wasn't very good, so let's undo that. We are zoomed in a little bit, so if you take a look at the top of the screen, 179%. So as much as you might see variation in the drawings here, when it's zoomed out, hopefully there'll be less so. But we can fix that. Save. Zoom out. Let's see how that looks. And look at the other eye. Nice, yep, I'm happy with that. And then I want to give it a pause, so I'm going to duplicate some of the drawings, and 3 at a time is pretty good. So if I duplicate those 3 and do copy and then paste down here. Oops. Make sure I've got the right 3, yep. Copy and paste, and then I don't want the eye to move, so I'm going to trace over those. So let me use the eraser, get rid of each of those. 1, 2, leave number 3. 1, this will make sense in a second. 2, leave number 3. And I'm going to select and copy paste those. Same on the left, copy, paste those. So the eyes are exactly the same, even though I've redrawn the legs. And now I can copy those 3, and you'll still see a quiver in the arms and legs. And then we'll add the blink into these. We might recopy it again if need be. Yep, let's put that there. I'll move the end frame marker down a bit, and we want a blink. So we can have the slow blink where the eyelid slowly comes down and back up. A quick one where you just have a line in the centre, so the eye's kind of closed and then it's open. And because they are the eyeballs out of the head, I don't want to just change the shape of them. I think the eyelids coming over would look better. So I'm going to have a 3 frame blink, I think. So have the eyes fully open, there, slowly closing, closed, slowly opening, open. So let's go work backwards. So fully open. The one before that is slowly opening, so let's get the brush and think about the direction of the eye. So it's curling upwards like that. Eraser, make the eraser small and even smaller. Erase pupil there at the top because it's just the top eyelid I'm thinking about at the minute. Yep, so then fully closed is no pupil. Starting to close, and that's coming downwards, is that way, like that. So it's open, it goes, oh, in fact I haven't duplicated, I've just copied those. So let me undo to go back. There we are. So I want to duplicate these. So let's add a duplicate after that, and that. Then I'll move the duplicates down 1 frame at a time, so I know which ones are duplicates and which are the original ones that have been copied. So you can see here 44, 45, 46 have been copied a number of times, so they're not the ones I want to change, these are. So starting at 50 again. In fact, I'll copy those 3 for after the blink. So let's copy that, paste them there. Might do that a few more times, have that the time after the blink to see how it looks. But let's put the blinking first. See if we get a decent looking blink. So going backwards in time, the eye is just opening, so again curving upwards but cutting off the pupil. Eraser to show which part of the eye is closed, to get the opposite, so it's the top part is the eyelid. And again we'll have a different colour for the eyelid, so it'll be clearer that it's moving down over there. Previous one is fully closed. Next one is starting to close. So again it's curving downwards like that. So it's open, starting to close, fully closed, starting to open, open. And it might need to have the colour to be fully clear, but I think that's okay. We just hit play from there. You don't quite get to see that, so perhaps I need both eyelids coming together to meet in the middle. Something like this. In fact, let me select that, delete it. Now copy one of these from up here, copy, paste. So starting to close, closed, then starting to open. Get this right, closed. Put onto the right image, that would help. Hit save all. Hello Enyo-san, I am. I'm trying to get away, but I can't help myself. We're getting there. We're almost there. You could have 48 straight afterwards as well, but I don't have this exactly the same movement. Let's turn off the sketch now, I don't need to see that. Something like that, maybe. Okay, so 44, and then, so it's 48, 49 and 50 is the blink. Place that afterwards, and then nothing for the following sets of frames. Put the end frame marker exactly after the last drawing. Let's take a look at it all in one go and then hit loop play. So let's see what we've got. That goes quite slow, so being on 2s isn't good for that, so it needs to be on 1s, I think. There we are. So let's see, so 44 to 46 is the repeating drawings, I think. There we go, there. So 48 is the first start of the blink, 49 and 50. So if I highlight over those 3 drawings and the space after, press the 1s button, 1, 1, 1, and then open. And the same again, 48, 9 and 50 in the gap, put it onto 1s, blink, blink. So let's see how that looks. Okay. So if I zoom in, down to the bottom right, let me have a look. Yeah, with sound effects, with the colour of the eyelid changing, that might just about do it. So let me do the same thing on the opposite eye. Now I've got the timing and the style of blink. It won't take a lot at all to add the opposite blink in. And then we will call it there. So if I zoom into this eye, I'll also hit save. Let me open another panel. Let's open another viewer. Put that over here. Make it slightly, slightly larger. We'll zoom in and we'll zoom into the right eye or his left eye reversed. So we can see sort of the shape of the eyeball so we can match it on both sides. So drawing 48, hit the brush so the eyes are coming down. So think about where the horizontal is for the eyeball, so it's kind of there, and have a think about which way one's called top and bottom. For now it doesn't matter because they're both moving in the same direction. So yeah, it's a bit of a tennis ball lines for the eye coming down and coming up, less so at the bottom perhaps. Next frame, erase the pupil altogether and have the center line. Let's turn on the onion skin just so I'm clear of where things need to be. And then next drawing, they're slightly opening. This is purposely different from the previous drawing. So it doesn't look quite so mechanical. And then the eye will be fully open. So I can close that. And because I've already repeated the frames, there's nothing else to do in that. Let's turn off the onion skin, reset the view, go to the first frame, hit loop play, zoom in a tiny bit. Let's use the zoom control, it's a bit better. See how that looks. I'll have my last bit of tea. And we could offset the blink slightly, although your eyes aren't looking at both at the same time. I think with the sound effect and the eyelid, that'll really help sell that. Yes, I did think about that, Enya, and you're absolutely right. I was going to do the tracing it so you get the boiling of the line, same as everything else. But I kind of thought the pupil turning as it rolled would be enough to see that that is moving there. I mean, to be honest, once it stops moving, I could do the boiling of the line. Let's do that. Let me do that. You're right. Thank you. Yeah, so as it moves and then lands still, we can add the boiling at that stage. So yeah, drawings 44 to 46. So it's 45, let's turn on the onion skin, use the eraser, make it larger to make it easier for this section, remove that external line on the two drawings, because that is totally still, and then let's draw it in. Turn down the smoothing, that's far too high. And I see I've got that issue with my tablet, I need to unplug it again because it's done an extra drawing line when I move near it. I get that from time to time. Whoa! Next frame. Let's turn down smoothing even more and have a fixed frame for the frame I'm copying from. Okay, so we've got a tiny wobble in there until we get to the blink, and then it's stationary again. So let's come back to those three. I'm going to erase the outside line again. And with the brush tool, let's just trace over that same single frame. Because I do enjoy drawing and seeing that boiling of lines. People talk about adding life to animation, and I don't know if that's the right word, because nothing actually wobbles all the time like that, but it certainly adds something that I like. Finish off this line, both sides, and the final one on this eyeball. Nice. And then the other side, we'll do the same again. So again, grab the eraser, remove the outside line on these three images. We'll draw that in. I'm trying to be fairly accurate. You don't want the line to jump all over the place, but it does have a little bit of variation in. And the blinking is only on screen for one frame anyway. There we go. And the final one, on the blink at least, because then we've got to do the repeating 3 frames of the eye. Okay, which is 44, 5 and 6, so I'll erase those. Let's get a larger eraser. Yeah, exactly, to make it seem more real. It's kind of peculiar how it does that. But it does do it. And it takes very little effort and time to go about drawing them in, which is why it's good to be prompted by you when I don't do so, and don't do things that I really should. Likewise, last week when Alon Dan prompted me to add in those extra frames for when the monster first stretches down. It really adds to the movement where he kind of quivers as he's shrinking down. Okay. And these 3 frames are repeated, so I can have the quivering to last as long as I like. Yep, so if I zoom out, turn off the onion skin, show all. I do like that blink blink. That's a great idea, thank you for that. Yeah, I need to draw the face, and because he's squashing when he bends down to jump and then stretching when he's in the air, I kind of don't want to hand draw that and just have that roughly messing and moving around. I need to take my time a little bit and draw that. So I'll be doing that next week, I think, on the stream. Yeah, that's why cutout stands out so much. Yeah, cutout animation, as much as I like it, and I've drawn some of it here, I will use it again plenty of times. It literally looks like cutout animation, like you've drawn something on a piece of cardboard, cut it out, and then things are moving like that, and you've got the physical lines and the outline of the characters staying absolutely rock solid still. Whereas if you redraw them, you get that bit of flexibility. Thank you for that great suggestion. Oh, I'll do the rest of his face now, except I won't. It's 20 to 8. I started at 3 o'clock. That's nearly 5 hours. I think that's long enough for today, so thank you for joining me today. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Thanks for keeping me company. And don't forget, the stream will be on YouTube later, so you can go back and check out any parts that you missed, including the silly introduction. And for those of you just joining me here, maybe take a look through part of the stream to see where I did the inking and see how it all came together. So don't forget to not miss next week's stream. Very tired. You can click the subscribe button and hit the bell to be notified of when I stream next. Don't forget to hit the like button and comment on the video over on YouTube to let me know what your thoughts of the stream, and if you have any thoughts about completing this animation or for future animations. And check out the links in the description for ways to support the channel and to get great content in return, including my new Patreon rewards, so check them out down there. And also my OpenToons and Tahoma 2D course is on Udemy, so the details of that coming up shortly, so have a watch of that and see if you want to join in. I see that Dave just joined us. Dave, I'm just finishing right now. I'm just winding up. I need to get some snacks and join Mrs. T over at the brother-in-law's. If you're streaming later, I might watch it on replay, but thanks for popping by and saying hello. So I'll see you all next week for more news, animation and fun. And that's a Darren Tea. Have you always wanted to animate but didn't know how to start, and software seemed expensive and difficult to use? Well, with OpenToons, it's free, powerful, and once you know how, it's easy to use. And it's my mission to get you animating with it today. Hi, my name's Darren, and I've been teaching OpenToons for the past 3 years, showing thousands of students just like you how easy it is to animate with. I'm cutting through the jargon to show that anyone can animate with it. And by the end of the course, you'll be able to animate traditionally using OpenToons. And the course is designed for students brand new to OpenToons, as well as those new to animation. So take a look at the free lessons I've offered below, and then why not sign up and join me animating traditionally with OpenToons.